Wow, would you look at that? Hi, everybody. It's me, Tim.K. And I am here on the internet. Can you believe that? That's messed up, dude. I don't know where I'm going with this bit. Does anyone know where they're going with any of their bits when they start them? Do they have the intention of starting a bit and knowing where it'll end? I don't know. I'm gonna turn myself up a smidgeroony. Okay. Hi. Hi, Scoop. Today, I got laundry done, but also... Drop my glasses. On top of doing some laundry, I also managed to finally... or not finally, but I managed to get in a new set of RAM sticks for my PC. So they're slightly faster... and slightly more efficient. I recently, installed them and started configuring them and all that jazz. So it's still 16 gigs, but it's faster 16 gigs. And the RAM kit itself is actually fairly inexpensive, so I don't mind the idea of going to go, pick some up. Also been thinking a lot about character redesign based on the conversation. Oh, hey Kryuki, and hey Gabe. Yeah, no, There's a react button now. Oh, it's the fart button. But no, yeah, I've been thinking about doing a pseudo redesign where I combine my two characters of this satyr with my little guy. This is exactly why I added a fart button. There's a bunch of sound effect buttons. I'm planning on configuring a few more. Oh yeah, there's no cooldown, as long as you have the channel points. And there's also like a 20% chance of it doing a fart with reverb. But today, we're playing The Outer Worlds, a game I haven't touched since launch. The context behind the story as to why I'm playing it, Kiki Sensho, over on Twitch, the raccoon pirate, she recently started doing a thing on her Discord where you can challenge her to play a certain game. Yes, Obsidian's game. You can challenge her to play a specific game or do a specific thing. I challenged her to do something in Monster Hunter, which is a game I love, and she did it very easily. And the contract was basically that I would do, if she lost the challenge, I could make her play any game that I asked. But if she won, she could do the same for me, and just suggested Outer Worlds. Sadly, Game Pass does not come with the DLC, so I'm still not going to be able to experience that until I buy it. But the DLC does look good. I don't know if anyone here has played it. I definitely want to play... I definitely want to get my chance. No. I chose this game because Kiki told me to play it. When I played this before, it was before I streamed. I played it off stream and I really loved it. But that playthrough was also exclusively melee. And, like, I think I did the story the right way. Except for a couple of little details, which I'll get into when they happen in-game, and I'll talk about them. But, like... only melee weapons makes this, only melee weapons makes this a little tricky. So, I want to use guns. I've never used the guns in this game. Like, at all. So... let's get right into it. Please load. Please? Thank you. New game. We're gonna do it on hard. The gun. Also, let me know how audio and everything sounds, if I'm too loud, if I'm too quiet. I'm gonna bump up text size for your guys' sake.
Why stay earthbound when prosperity awaits you in the stars? Come to Halcyon, the only colony on the edge of the frontier, owned and operated by corporations. A trip of 10 short years will feel like mere minutes, thanks to the comfort and safety of your very own hibernation chamber. You'll wake up in a perfect society designed to maximize your productivity.
Man.
With guaranteed full employment. With only a minor term of service, you will become the master of your own destiny when you go out of this world to the Halcyon colony.
Not too far away, is it? The idea of, like, an Amazon-owned planet. Hee. We already got Disney-owned gated community. That's true. God, watching the Defunct Land episode on Epcot is so interesting. To think about what would happen if Walt Disney got to make his terrifying, perfect society.
hundreds of thousands of colonists left to drift out here forever, just to keep from damaging the board's bottom line. Disgraceful.
Cool. Who's the balding little guy? Oh, the blue dude? Oh, that's Bronco the Punch Mage. You remember. A classic. Alright, body. Kind of... Dexterity effects, handguns, block, sneak. Heavy weapons.
That's all right, friend. I'll be the brains for both of us.
Oh, in-game balding little guy. Oh, yeah. I don't know. It's that dude. Do you know that Justin Roiland actually had a role in creating this game? It's very small. It's not a huge role. He played a very minor character. Google Justin Roiland minors. Anyway.
You've run into your share of lampposts.
Below average. Headshots don't inflict extra damage. I actually like that. So, I'm going to try to make this as accurate to me as possible. Below average perception. Good intelligence? Sure.
You could get away with all sorts of illegal activity.
Okay, that's a little hyperbolic. I do have a good temperament, though. Fairly decent strength. Average dexterity. Oh, I have remaining points? Oh, so I can bump these up.
Charismatic enough to give the chairman a run for his bits.
I mean, in RPGs, I always love to talk myself out of situations, so that's where I'm gonna lean. Let's see. Decreases sway when firing rifles and other long guns. So, there's shotguns in this game, right? Like I said, I've not played...
You are going to paint the system red, my friend.
We're gonna go for range? Defense might be the strat, but I'm also thinking... Dialogue's already pretty strong. I'm gonna bump...
Subtle and discreet. Exactly what I need.
Let's bump tech. That makes sense to me. I'm a little technically inclined. What's the best video game website portal that does best honest and accurate game review? I don't know. I'm not the kind of person who follows game reviews too closely, but when it comes to gaming news, my two favorite websites are Polygon and Kotaku, which I know both of them have a bad reputation, but hey. My aptitude. I'm a mascot. The universe operates on laws, and laws require paperwork. Halcyon is no exception. If something isn't stamped, filed, unfiled, referenced, redacted, certified, indexed, and numbered, then it might as well not exist. So that gives me better block? Sure. Dirt farmer. Let's go for factory worker.
You've got all your limbs, at least.
Gives me +1 dodge. My dodge is one of my weaker stats, so that'll definitely help. Gender's no thank you. But, you know, I'm assigned male, so let's see what I can do with... Oh, if I do it real fast, my lips disappear. It's like, what's one of the most average-looking faces? Let's start with that. There we go. Yeah. Like, I'm pale, but I'm, like, pink. Oh, you can get real weird with the eye color. Yeah, there we go. Woo, 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 woo. If you haven't seen me play an RPG where you can get to make a custom character, look forward to the rest of the stream of me tweaking sliders. Random sound effect. All right. Big eyes, small eyes. I'm old Small Eyes Johnson. Old Little Eye Sam. That's what they call me. Yeah, about there. Little old mouth. Big old nose. Yeah, it's pretty accurate. What's the weather on your end? Garbage. Oh my god, it got worse. Damn. Oh, it's real bad. It's snowing. It sure is snowing. Alright. I never want to do undercuts. Because, like, I don't have an undercut. That's not me. That's pretty close to, like, when I had my hair. Keeps lagging for me, but it could just be my internet. I'm seeing the connection, like, dipping from my end, too. Blame Rogers. I blame them for a lot of things. Yeah. Yeah. It's me. It's Mario. Makeup. Where's just the darkest eye circles? Wait. Oh, it's one of these games where freckles is makeup. Damn. I want to do makeup. Stop making freckles. Freckles ain't makeup. There's like I want like a burn mark. There we go. Yeah. Nah, a little bit of age. It's me. What's your name? Tim, I guess. Right. So there's all my stats. Good. Let's just go in there. Let's not think too hard on my decisions.
Looks to be your lucky day, my friend.
Looks like the connection's stabilizing a little bit. Good timing on that.
Please power down your engines and prepare to be...
Not likely, bootlickers.
Haha, bootlicker.
Initiate skip jump.
Status. Structural integrity down 25%. Power levels down 9%.
Shit.
Shit. Well, happens to the best of us.
Ah, there you are. Wondering what's going on, eh? Bit of bad news there, I'm afraid. Your colony ship was inexplicably knocked out of skip space and forced to complete its journey at
Kind of a MILF.
This means that you and every
True.
other colonist on the Hope have been in suspended animation for 70 years, give or take. Normally, reviving someone after so long leads to some quite horrifying results. It's called explosive cell death, but it's really more of a liquefaction. Something wrong? Oh, yes, well, not to worry. I've pumped your body full of a special concoction I devised to keep you from dying so horrifically. Hopefully at all, but I guess we'll see, yes? Unfortunately, I used the last of my chemical supplies saving you. I know it's a lot to ask, but I must have your help securing more if we're to save the rest of your fellow colonists. I'd see it done myself, of course, but the board has a sizable bounty on my head. Now, my ship is inoperative, but I've managed to hire a smuggler to help you out. He'll be... Oh, I see we're in position. Good luck!
All right. Come on, rule of threes. That joke has to happen at least one more time in this game. Remember the Hope. 60th anniversary of the Hope's disappearance.
Can you hear me? Is this thing working? Ah, there you are.
Cool.
Now, where were we? Oh, yes, the smuggler. His name is Hawthorne, and he should be waiting for you at the landing site. He's to be your chauffeur, so to speak. Not to worry. I'm told he's a specialist. Dashing gunslinger, one-of-a-kind ship, that sort of thing. You'll like him, I'm sure. I've also outfitted you with a simple wireless monitor, so I can track your progress. I'll check in with you as soon as you land. Good luck. All the colonists are counting on you.
Okay. Reminds me of those Skyrim mods where it's like, they continue with your execution and you die.
Ah, you've landed. Good. Hawthorne should be close by. What in law's name?
Pretty close.
Is that him?
Pretty close by.
That idiot. I told him to plant the beacon and move away, not stand there holding it. Oh well, no sense in letting his ship go to waste. Hawthorne won't mind you taking his ship. Better you than the board, huh? Not sure I trusted the fellow. Might have gone after the bounty on my head. Shame about the whole squashing thing. Nasty way to go.
Woo. Woo. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the sequel as well. This game was great. I'm more than happy to jump back in. Jump and dive combined in my head. Whee! A little guy! Little dude. Look at him. Oh. There he goes. I did tweak some of the graphics down, so hopefully it's not as stuttery. That's the hope. Oh. Use tall grass, rocks, or other cover to hide from enemies. Now, I don't have any weapons. No. Ooh. Wiggle, wiggle. Woo. 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 Oh, look at that butt. The game gave me quite a butt. All right. So I'm gonna need some kind of weapon. Oh.
Easy now. You've been frozen for a while. There's bound to be unforeseen side effects.
Okay.
Hey, you, come here.
Hey, bud.
You've tried the best now. Now try the rest. Spacer's choice. Oh, law, that stings.
Sit still, I'll patch you up.
Looks like the bleeding stopped. I owe you one. Hope you don't mind me omitting this little exchange from my report. Spacer's choice doesn't like us accepting outside help.
What happened to you?
We were out on patrol. I saw a marauder camp up in the hills. Thought I could take him. Then my gun misfired. Right through my side. I mean, what are the odds of that, right? Just barely scraped by with my life. Crawled in here and blocked off the exit with those canisters.
What's this about marauders?
Gibbering, flesh-eating, law-breaking, unemployed lunatics with guns. Some hull had grounded their spacecraft out in the open. That's a real good way to attract marauders. See those canisters by the entrance?
That's what I did when I
Marauders come
patched
sniffing
him
around
up.
in here,
I kissed
and
it better.
I can take them all out with a single shot. Not bad, huh?
I got a better idea. Give me your gun and I'll go get help.
Yeah, okay. You look like you know your way around a gun. Got some spare ammo, not counting the bullet in my side. Here, you can have my saber too, for patching me up and all. All Spacer's Choice weapons are now 30% less likely to malfunction. You've tried the best, now try the rest. Spacer's Choice. Yes, nailed it that time.
Can you tell me where I am?
You hit your head or something? You're in Emerald Vale. We're a Spacer's Choice community. Edgewater's a little ways down. Pretty place in the Vale. Be sure to stop by a provisioner for a can of our famous salt tuna.
You know anything about the Hope?
The Hope? Is that some sort of fancy new drug? Are you with Auntie Cleo or something? Don't take this the wrong way or nothing, but I'm not allowed to fraternize with Cleo workers. Company policy.
Oh, fraternize. Ooh. All right. The game can't tell me, here's the attack command, while I'm holding a gun next to the guy I just saved. Here, I'll take your drugs. You don't need these. Dehydrated water tablets. I'm not gonna murder a man. I just saved his life, or attempted to. Oh, God. Okay.
Damn it, my ears! Oh, what just happened? Can you hear me? What in the hell? This...
Yeah. Tactical time dilation. Due to complications stemming from being revived after an extended hibernation, your brain processes time differently. So it's, Oh, God, that pissed him off. Woo! Oh! Just like Fallout. Okay, yeah, I've got the weapon wheel. I have mag locks, don't I? Pre-sliced bread. Fish sticks. I'm just gonna take a nap. I can only sleep for a minimum of 6 hours. Yeah, Phineas, don't worry. I'm just gonna take a quick nap. In supernova difficulty, you can only sleep on your ship. That's kind of hilarious, actually. All right. Oh yeah, because I have low perception, I can't get headshots.
Weak, so weak.
Rough start. I don't need to pick up all their sabers. They're not going to get me a whole lot of money. If your skill's high enough to break the security, you'll see how many mag picks or shunts you need. Okay, so it needs 5. Don't I have 5? How many do I have? Yes, I have the saber, and I need to fix this. Whee! Yeah. Let's get all the tutorial messages out of the way. I have 4. All right. All right, we're going to top up. We've got our tactical time dilation. So we should be able to sneak in here. Wait, let's get this. Let's get the sword. Let's see if we can do like a sneak attack. Shit. Okay. Wait. Yeah, I'll take the pistol.
You hiding?
Yeah, let me block it. Chop. 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 Alright, that's fun. I forgot how good the combat is in this. I mean, I can use a little melee as a treat. Sometimes you're going to need to sneak around.
Hey! Get over here before you get yourself killed.
Okay.
Don't know where you came from, stranger, but you best keep your head down. There's marauders hereabouts, and worse, landing violators. Golly, that rung leech. Landing in the Vale without using an official Spacer's Choice landing pad. I'd slap him with a fine if it weren't for all these marauders shambling about.
So I heard. Found one of your teammates holed up in a cave.
Really? How is he?
He'll make it. I helped him with the pain.
Shouldn't have done that. Spacer's Choice family ain't authorized to receive medical aid from off-brand physicians. We'll see him back to Edgewater, just as soon as I cross these marauders off with the swift, cost-efficient fury that's made Spacer's Choice the most trusted brand in personal defense. I just, you know, need a couple of winks to catch my breath. Stretch my legs, son.
Guess I'll have to give you a 0 on my customer satisfaction survey. Yeah, I'm saying that.
Seriously? But those marauders will... Ugh. You know what? You're right. It's time we cross those marauders off, find whoever owns that ship, and file a full report. And it's gonna be fucking laminated.
Here we go.
All right. Ollie Ollie toxin free. That's good.
This is gonna take a lot of paperwork.
Will it?
Please be informed that this vessel contains no valuable plunder.
I forgot about that.
Smile for my surveillance device, Marauder. I am tracking your every move.
Welcome aboard the Unreliable. Apex Transport.
Intruders are not authorized to access the Unreliable. Marauder, please be informed that ignoring me is dangerous for your health.
I'm just going to continue to ignore her. I don't have any mods for it, but I do want that sawed off. How do I repair it? I guess I need bits. Wait, no, where's my junk? No, I don't want to install mods. Game, tell me how to repair guns. I'm just gonna keep exploring the ship and ignoring Ada.
Marauder, please be informed that the engine room contains nothing of value.
Computer, tell me how to repair gun.
Please be advised that using the
Oh.
respecification machine will not make you a better person. Marauder, please be informed the ship has no crew for you to murder.
Yeah?
All doors are on security lockdown. Nice try, Marauder.
Hold on. I've never heard this dialogue before. This is great. What's in the kitchen? You're not going to tell me anything about the kitchen? Okay. All right.
Unauthorized access of spacefaring vessels is a crime. Please submit yourself to the authorities. Hello, Marauder. I am Ada, the autonomous digital astrogator of this vessel. Please be informed that I am authorized to use violent retribution against unwanted solicitors.
With what?
Please return any misappropriated equipment and exit this vessel in an orderly fashion. Failure to do so will result in your immediate destruction.
What are you going to do? Self-destruct?
Jettison procedures initiated. Please engage in airlocks. Prepare to reject all boarding parties in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You realize we're on the ground, right?
You are still here. My deception protocols have failed. I have been programmed to express disappointment.
Is this Hawthorne ship?
This vessel is the registered property of Captain Alex Hawthorne. I am incapable of accepting orders from anyone other than Captain Alex Hawthorne.
Hawthorne's dead. I'm sorry.
I understand. I will require some time to process this information. Thank you for your patience and for your honesty. I am programmed to take orders exclusively from Captain Hawthorne. If I accept your orders, then you must be Captain Hawthorne. Do you understand?
I get it. You need me to be Captain Hawthorne or you can't fly.
Well done, Captain Hawthorne. I see your powers of deductive reasoning remain intact. Unfortunately, our engine is currently inoperable. Our main drive suffered a critical power failure, and we were forced to make an emergency landing. The main drive's power regulator has been irreparably damaged and must be replaced.
I doubt I'll find a part like that just sitting in a garage.
Astutely observed. However, the probability of locating a power regulator within a worker settlement falls within acceptable parameters of certainty. High-capacity power regulators are sometimes employed in the electrical networks of worker settlements. I have taken the liberty
that jump
of
scared
printing
me.
you a new Captain's Identity cartridge. Please try not to lose it this time. This cartridge identifies you, Alex Hawthorne, as the registered proprietor and captain of the Unreliable. Do you understand?
Hi, Pumpkin. Hi, Gummy. Captain Hawthorne of the Unreliable. I like it.
Thank you. I appreciate your cooperation. Best of luck in your search for a power regulator. Try to stay alive this time.
Yeah! So I can improve my skills. You'll be able to undo any point allocations. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Perks. Probably want to start with Traveler. I probably want that, or carrying capacity. Yeah, carrying capacity. Cool. All right.
Due to catastrophic power failure, all doors will remain on security lockdown.
Do I not have the equipment to repair stuff? I guess not. I have 25 weapon parts. Collection of screws, couplings, transistors, fuses, pointy bits, radio generative cores, stabilizers, splines, twine, gimbals, and duct tape. The average contents of a kitchen drawer. I'll figure out how to do weapon repairs later.
Say, this wouldn't happen to be your ship, would it? Because you sure walked in it like it was your ship. And if this ship is yours, well, mister, you owe Spacer's Choice a hefty fine. Afraid we gotta dock your pay.
Do you take down payments and wanton violence? No. I don't have a job.
I'll waive your fee since you helped us with those marauders. If you're looking for work, talk to the constable down at Edgewater. She's got a bounty on marauders. Edgewater's not too far. Just follow the road east of here, over past the cemetery. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to inspect the crime scene before I make my report.
Take care. Wow, that worked out. Yeah, she is cute. I was kind of expecting that the dialogue was going to be like, well, I can't move the ship because, you know, engine don't work. You need a working engine to move a ship. Don't got that.
Huh? Gonna find you!
Teeth! So that didn't go well. Turns out weapons suck if, Did it not save my level? No. I don't remember what I put points in. There. Cool.
Your generosity moves me to tears.
Aw.
Parker Elizabeth gifted a tier 1 sub to Pumpkin Trove. This is their first sub in the channel.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, that's very sweet. Means you get access to the emotes.
Say, and if
we just did this.
Now if you'll.
All right, now save. Cool. Just like New Vegas. Yippee! There'll be no wedding bells for today. Mojave, more problems. Am I right?
Huh?
All enemies have weak spots. Don't matter to me. What was your plan there, bud? Oh! Man, that perception really affects your accuracy. It turns out you kind of need some perception to aim a gun. Pocket watch. Hey. Why'd you do that? There's a third-person mode in this, right? Am I remembering that correctly? Controls. Edit key bindings. No. Caps lock is auto sprint, though. That's actually nice to know. These little fucking plants remind me of Whoville. It's like Horton Hears a Who.
Whoa, hey, where'd you come from?
Okay. I wanted that out of my system. I had to do that at least once. That's what intrusive thoughts feel like. Ooh. Wrong button. F. Exactly. Ooh. A bolter pistol. Ahaha. They're considered pristine. They have more durability and are worth more to vendors. So, what's this thing? Yeah. Small lightweight pistol that'll make you feel like a big shot who can fire a big shot. So, I guess it needs... Oh, it takes energy ammo. I don't have a lot of energy ammo. It's a cute pistol, though. Alright, okay, let's actually go into town now. When I saw the crash ship, I was certain there was something there. Whee! Okay. Takes a fall about as well as I can in real life. Ooh. Secrets. All right. Hi.
Don't go ambling out in those hills. That's marauder territory, friend.
Pod crashed in the hills back there.
Your pod? What are you on about? You take a bruise to the cranium?
Thank you for the hydration reminder. I am drinking water currently.
You best head into town. Avail yourself of Edgewater's high walls and low prices.
Nice to meet you. Alex Hawthorne, Captain of the Unreliable.
Pleased to make your acquaintanceship. I'd shake your hand, but I've been hauling corpses. You don't want none of that on you. Name's Silas. Junior in humor for the town of Edgewater. We're all part of the Spacer's Choice family.
Who do I talk to about a power regulator?
Definitely not the junior in humor, that's for sure. If you've got business inquiries, you should stop by Reed Thompson's office. He's up in the tower above the cannery. Head into town, follow the road. Look, you obviously ain't a worker. What's your racket? You a smuggler? Freelancer?
Depends on the work. Offer me a job.
Edgewater is a company town, board-owned and operated. That includes the cemetery. None of us own our grave sites. We rent them from the company. Renting means money.
Capitalism!
Money means paperwork. Paperwork means signatures. Some of our families become a mite delinquent in paying their dues, you see?
You want me to... You're making people pay for their own graves?
Company policy. If it was up to me, I'd put the whole town 10 feet under, free of charge.
Alright. I'll collect the fees for you.
4 workers still haven't paid up. Phyllis, Conrad, Ludwig, and Martin Abernathy. He's a special case. You may want to twist his arm a little.
Why is Abernathy a special case?
He just is. Look, I don't want to get into it.
We're gonna find these people.
Conrad's got a barbershop in town. Phyllis works at the cannery most hours. Abernathy... You'll find him in town. All except Ludwig, that is.
I'll be back. So obviously there's probably a way to get around it where I don't have to extort people.
Working at the cannery.
And I'd rather not extort people. I hate that little man. You say he just wanted to murder? Yeah. I love these fake digital windows. That's such a clever way to get around having to model, like, fake interiors or something. That they're just displays. Cantina specials, hot meals, cold meals, live music. Day old Saltuna. Do I want to know what a Saltuna is? People got garbage cubes out for pickup. Secrets. It's just like real life. If you go into your major city and start looking around in the back alleys of things, you will find needles. They're free. You can just take them. Anna, your mother passed away from the plague. She wasn't chosen to receive medical treatment and failed to recover on her own. Found a site near the ocean barrier. I know it's company policy to have her buried in the graveyard, but I just can't afford the fees. Heading out after dark to put her to rest. Say my final goodbyes and all that. I know it's dangerous to go out alone at night, but I have my chance. I have to chance it. And if you're reading this, I want you to know that your mother was a good person. Don't blame her for what happened. She worked as hard as she could. That's grim. Apparently Saltuna's a fish. Yeah, it's like an alien fish, I think.
Heard something outside the walls today.
Nothing for us outside those walls. You ought to know that. I don't have time for this.
Spacer's Choice takes care of its own.
I don't have time for this. You do have time to stand around like an asshole. Alright, so that's the barber shop. Ooh. Yeah, no, it's getting worse.
Please don't touch anything. Your hands are probably crawling with germs. Physical hygiene.
Arcade Ganon real?
It's moral hygiene. Cleanliness is next to lawfulness.
Arcade Ganon real? I can show you my hands. Relax, I'm clean.
So everyone says, until someone forgets to cough into their elbow, and then we're all dying of plague. I'm Conrad. You will report to me if your hair fails to meet Spacer's Choice aesthetic standards. You will also report to me in the event of your death, whereupon I will clean and prepare your remains for interment.
Silas sent me to collect your dues.
Ah, gravesite fees. Silas and I had talked about this at length. I thought I'd made it clear my pecuniary situation precludes the necessary restitutions.
You mean you're broke?
As broke as pie crust, friend. Bidless, indigent, destitute. I simply cannot afford it. I am a blemish on the prosperity of our fair settlement. When I expire, I expect Silas to toss my body into a ditch.
Some quality drama, Conrad. You should audition. Don't be so hard on yourself. I'd say that.
I have to be, if only to prepare myself for my inevitable dressing down at the hands of corporate. Tell Silas I can't afford to pay, and that I fully expect to have my medical rights revoked for this dereliction. With my apologies.
Medical rights?
Some time ago, I fell ill with the plague. By the grace of the law, and through my own hard work, I'd proven worthy of treatment. Frankly, I don't imagine I'll earn that right a second time. The barber work hasn't been profitable, you see. I've had to keep this old place running with my own savings.
Just give Silas an IOU.
Not a bad idea. But I'd need some kind of collateral. My pair of lucky clippers. No, that won't do. Your idea intrigues me, but I'm afraid I don't have anything to give Silas. I'm open to suggestions.
Let you know if I think of anything.
Much
your life. No. Can I get a haircut? I mean, I just woke up. Oh. I don't think I'm supposed to be in here. Receptionist shot himself. Conrad, Receptionist shot himself. This is bad. Company's gonna have to call it for what it is. Destruction of property. Ooh. Oofa doofa. Eugene was an asset, and somebody has to pay his body price. This is gonna ruin us, so I was thinking we pawn off his teeth. Huh.
What?
Sounds like you had some training. I know a thing or two about medicine.
Oh? Am I in the company of a fellow doctor?
Only if we use the term doctor loosely.
I am a Spacer's Choice certified surgeon, and if you must know, I can stitch a severed thumb with a 58% chance of avoiding gangrene.
That's a passing grade. I know about Eugene. Why not use his teeth as collateral?
You know about Eugene? How?
I opened a door. I opened a door, sir. Found a note from Phyllis.
Then, you know Phyllis suggested selling off Eugene's gold teeth. I didn't approve of the idea then, and I don't approve of it now. Eugene's golden teeth were a family heirloom, representing 3 generations of poor dental hygiene. He took them to his grave.
Sure he won't miss them.
That's unthinkable. Eugene's body and all rare earth minerals contained therein are solely the property of Spacer's Choice. I can't ask Silas to dig up a man's body and pry a few teeth loose from his jaw just to pay my bills. Can I?
You're gonna have to.
Yes, Here you are. Gravesite papers affixed with my signature and an IOU.
Goodbye. Man, this is grim. But, you know, that's capitalism, I guess. Now, if I know anything from how video games work and how any adventure works, a swing by the tavern should elicit some... Also, I closed the door behind me because I'm not a savage. I wasn't raised in a barn. A trip to the tavern should highlight some stuff.
Only the part that said we ain't making our quotas.
Hi, Amelia.
I don't know you.
Great way to start. Alex Hawthorne, Captain of the Unreliable. Like, it's a very easy lie.
Uh-huh. The Unreliable, you say? Never heard of any company supply ship with that particular name. I don't know what you're about, but this here's a Spacer's Choice drinking establishment. We're all loyal, hard-working company folk here.
It would be so funny if I did just decide to name my character Alex Hawthorne and all the lies said I'm Alex Hawthorne. I can't! It's too perception and I can't figure it out. And a fine establishment it is.
You really think so? That's kind of you. I've been trying to keep the floors clean. You got no idea how long it takes to scrub the tiles. Guess I misreckoned you. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to be curt. I can get you a drink if you'd like. Gotta ask you to enjoy your beverage within the premises, though. Can't risk you bringing a drink over to those deserters. You understand.
What's this about deserters?
Traitors. The lot of them. Bunch of folks decided they were tired of working and went out into the wilds to fend for their own selves. Town's already struggling to make quotas, even without that band of slackwits abandoning their posts. Bunch of lazy, shiftless rung leeches. Anyway, enough about them. What can I do for you?
I want to talk to Reed. Where can I find him?
Do you now? And what makes you think Mr. Thompson wants to talk to you? You want to talk to Mr. Thompson, try ignoring your duties. He'll summon you up to that great big tower atop the cannery, and you'll get yourself a proper dressing down.
Oh. He'll give me a dressing down, you say? So yeah, like it's a good thing.
It is a good thing. If you're not pulling your weight, you don't deserve to live here.
What what profits do to a motherfucker. If this was a good video game, I could shoot the piano and it would play a note. Chaw? She has chewing tobacco? This is the worst toilet I've ever seen. I'm honestly surprised that the seat itself isn't angled like those. You've seen those, right? I think like they were planning on putting them in certain places, but a bunch of people said like, "Hey, that's actually just a terrible idea." But you know the tilted toilets? It's so that you don't sit on them, like it's uncomfortable to sit on them. Yeah. I just stole her pistol. She won't need it. Yeah, of course they are. Secret. That was worth it. I hate that man. All right. Wanted, Guillaume Gil Antrim from the Spacer's Choice Department of Retirement, a writ of execution effective immediately for Guillaume Antrim, former Spacer's Choice associate mechanic, terminated from his position, escorted Edgewater off the grounds, wanted for destruction of company property, murder. Wow, they actually like full detailed wanted posters for all the characters. That's actually interesting.
Wish we had some better rations.
Yes, Mr. Thompson. I'm fine, Mr. Thompson.
That was an accident. Here, let me close that door. You're...
Whoa, well, you tell Mr. Thompson I'll be right at my post. Tomorrow. Bright and early tomorrow. Because I'm definitely not plagued. As spry as a spring chicken.
Want to tell me what's got you so nervous?
You some sort of wandering alienist? Walking into a man's own domicile, pestering him about his mental state?
Here to collect your gravesite fees.
Silas knows, doesn't he? That's why he sent you. That's why he wants me to pay up. He knows.
Knows what?
I'm dying. I'm not long for this world. The date of my expiration is fast approaching, and soon I shall be ushered through the great cannery in the skies. It's plague. Has to be. Silas knows. He knows I got one foot in my grave, and now he wants to charge me for the other one.
Sorry to hear that.
You are? I'll pay your fees. I don't want any trouble from Silas. But if you could see a way to freelancing for me...
How can I help?
There's a cache of anthracillin tucked away in the old community center. Powerful stuff. Stronger than what we got, anyway. I need you to break in.
I'll do it.
You oblige me with your haste. I think I feel the plague.
Anything I should know about the community center?
Just keep your head down when you're in there. Marauders have taken over.
I'll leave you be. Why are you keeping one? Oh, it's $11. Okay, I was about to say it's just $1. Plain and pure water, mock apple cider, gourmet salt tuna. Got anything to steal? Music box. I mean, you're about to die. I'd feel bad.
You're making a mistake working for Abernathy.
Hello?
Excuse me. I'm Esther Blaine, Spacer's Choice Actuary. I overheard your talk with
I was in his
Abernathy.
house.
I hope you're not thinking about getting him that medicine. Abernathy is a well-known hypochondriac. Anthracillin is wasted on him. You're better off selling it to me instead.
It's got symptoms of something. You're saying it's psychosomatic?
All I'm saying is Abernathy's worked in this town longer than some of us been alive. How do I put this gently? He's got a lot of cobwebs up in his attic.
What do you need it for?
I probably shouldn't tell you. Don't want you implicated for what I'm trying to do.
Let me worry about that.
All right. Here's a summary. A lot of sick people in this town, and we don't have the medicine to treat them all. Can't reach out to corporate without crossing a river of red tape, so I'm reaching out to you.
You need someone to smuggle medicine under the table.
Something like that. Look, I'm not in the habit of law breaking, but sometimes you've got to do the wrong thing for the right reasons.
Yeah, mood.
That's all I can...
Almost lost a finger in the cannery today.
Nothing I can do about that.
Repair. There we go. I don't have any armor parts. Oh, tinkering. I can increase the damage. Modify. May nothing get infected. I don't have the mods for those. Okay. Actually, let's unequip that and break it down, because I think they take the same ammo. This also takes light? Yeah. Huh. Steps procedure. Turn on. Try it again. Try it again. Kick the loader. Curse enter toes. I have to enter a minimum of 8 steps. Try it again. It makes a rattling noise. Okay. Fallout terminal pog. I'm just gonna explore every room, every house. Damn. Tossball blocker. That's a melee weapon, right? Yeah! I don't remember the whole thing with tossball. No one's home, it's your house. Them's the rules. But tossball weapons came up a lot. In my melee build. I was basically like... I unintentionally became like a tossball expert. Two-hour energy? Damn, inflation's affecting everybody. Open last search. Indumati. Indumati left Edgewater today. She's been reassigned to Terra 1. We kissed her goodbye on the platform and asked if we ever see her again. We both knew the answer was no. Huh. Okay. What's in here? Criminal activities. That's as criminal as I want it to be. Looks like a lacrosse thing. Yeah, I think tossball is supposed to be somewhere between baseball and lacrosse. What was that mod I picked up? So Sure Grip is for melee weapons. Mr. Ouch is also for melee weapons. Tech Kit is for armor. Man, I really look like I looked way better in the render, in the character creator. There's some weird artifacting going on my hair. Is that a horse brush? Are you washing yourself with a horse brush? That weird cross bulge is cursed. Oh! Oh, I didn't even notice that. Damn, he's packing. Good for him. Some bitches are oily and need exfoliating. No, the ass is great.
Hey, you hear about Wilson?
Heard Marauders.
Don't know what it is at that shape. Yeah, it's probably toss if I spend too much time examining junk, but like it's low. There's almost like there's nothing. He's got to be completely nude under the bodysuit, naturally. So this is like there's no support. Fruit snacks. Alright, so that's the cannery. Is there any other buildings I can enter? I was just in here. Because that's maintenance.
Almost lost a finger.
Oh! Sheriff's office. Let's swing by.
Welcome to the Spacer's Choice Constabulary. We are Halcyon's leading brand in frontier justice. The office is writing up promotion. Purchase 3 criminal investigations and the 4th one's free.
This is Lunchable's hardtack. No, but your Marauder problem? I'm for hire.
As a Spacer's Choice Constable, I am authorized to grant you legal authority toward apprehending wanted criminals. Know how to carry yourself in a fight? I've got bounties out for these 3 marauders.
Oh, I can carry myself in a lot of
bring their
places.
fingers. Just 1 per marauder, please. I'll dust off the old fingerprint roller.
Got some questions, you don't mind?
As long as your questions fall within...
Never mind. Hey, I'm gonna take a nap real quick. I'm sure you don't mind. No, yeah, I remember we had that conversation, Pumpkin, that the legal definition of, the technical legal definition of Lunchable's pizza bread is hardtack. Stop pointing your gun at women. Hashtag misogyny.
I've been feeling pretty low these days.
Just the way it goes, I suppose.
Fucking mood! I haven't collected all the fees. I'm still wandering around town. I want to see if I found everything. Wait, there's a general store? How did I miss this on my way in?
Keep your distance, friend. Sick house is no place for a traveler. Spacer's Choice takes care of its own.
Sick days come out of my pay.
Bellathor. Some may call this junk.
Company and all, but you really ought to leave. You don't want to.
Why not?
Because I'm sick. You don't want to. I'm in about as much trouble as I can be. No reason you ought to be tarnished by association.
I don't mind.
I don't know which company you work for, but if it's Spacer's Choice, boss can still write you up for fraternizing. Maybe you don't know this, but there's a real simple reason you don't talk to...
Got some training. I can take a look at it. At you.
Don't. Please.
You obviously need help.
That's kind of you to say, I suppose. But I don't need help. What I need is to understand my own folly. Company always tells us, weak spirits lead to weak bodies. If I didn't want to fall sick with plague, maybe I should have worked harder. Maybe I should have taken more pride in my work.
Yeah, no, if I woke up out of cryo sleep and saw humanity for the first time in 70 years, and they all talked like this, I'd be radicalized too. Can't blame yourself because you fell sick.
I really wish you wouldn't say those sorts of things. I told you once already. People could be listening. I'm feeling a touch faint. If you don't mind, I'd like to be alone for a spell.
I'll leave you be. Can I loot any corpses in here? Yes. Yeah, mining helmet! Yeah! Hat! Hat, 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 hat! Ooh. Ooh. Look at me, all dapper. Defense +5. Somehow. This outfit is perfect for social obligations where the dress code is unclear. Okay, looting that body's fine. That is stealing. Gotcha.
Huh?
Swagged up on a Wednesday afternoon. Alright, anyway. That's the barber shop. So that wasn't the general store. No, the general store is literally up the... Don't like that. I walk a lonely road, only one I'd ever known. People know what I'm referencing, right? Hold on. This fucking classic.
Heard something outside
I
the walls
walk
today.
low.
Nothing for us outside those walls.
Right.
You ought to know that.
Alright, let's go to the general store. I love these, like, hollow signs.
It's not the best choice. It's Spacer's choice. And before you ask, I'm all out of deluxe salt tuna. All I've got is gourmet.
You have the most obscure internet history knowledge. Yeah. Need to fix a ship. Now where I can find parts.
You ought to go have a talk with the boss, Reed Thompson. He's up in his tower above the cannery.
I'd like to avoid him. Let's see what you're selling.
Music to my ears.
Let's see. Sawed-off shotgun. Revolver. Light machine gun. Light assault rifle. Staff. Trip blade. Maxwell. For some reason, you think this hammer should be silver. Cute. So you sell armor and stuff. That's good. Can I sell junk? Yes. Eh, might as well sell other shit too. I want to hang on to that suit, just cuz. As for weapons, I'm pretty good. I only have 90 bits, so I don't want to spend it all. I'm thankful money is standardized because... I don't know, this feels like the kind of society that would absolutely start doing scrip. Oh hey! It's a good thing I didn't buy a gun, because there's an assault rifle. Ooh! Oh, that's pretty. I like that. Alright. Nowhere left to go but the cannery. Oh, the church. Right. Yeah, I forgot. There's a church here, too. I'm also just checking every back alley for more stuff like this. I mean, I found an assault rifle. What else could be back here? Money. I think end goal with weapons is I definitely want some shotguns. I love a good shotgun. I want to shot a gun. Hup. 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 What's in here? Oh, some gun mods. Nice. I want to shot a gun. Oh yeah, Dennis Rodman's like a basketball player. He became an actor.
Sorry, I'll just be a minute.
Probably best known for being in Demolition Man, I think. Was he in Demolition Man? Was that Dennis Rodman? I mean, it's Sylvester Stallone, yes, but... Oh yeah, one of the other debts I was supposed to collect, vending machine. No one saw me steal that. Good. Vending machines. Nothing else too spectacular. Fun time barrel. Cannery worker. Just need to find a named cannery worker. Cigarette lighter. Oh, it was Wesley Snipes. Okay. That's my bad. Right, control armor. Oh yeah, let me take a second here to stretch. First off, I want to see what this armor looks like. Whether you're quelling a civilian riot or just beating down a drug-crazed vandal, Aramid Ballistics has you covered with their riot control gear. Okay. I like that. It's like gold. Alright, let me stretch. Boom! Clap the sound of my joints! Oh. There we go. I'm fine. Right. Where is everyone? Is there, like, actual working hours? Steel kick me sign. Sure. Please tell me that's just in my inventory. Mean but funny. This might look nice on one of the crew's rooms. The Unreliable. Ah, okay. Here's more rooms. What? No. You're not about to tell me that Saltuna is Sprat. Found one left hand. Severed at the wrist. People, this is our second unscheduled amputation in as many months. Please exercise caution and safety around the machinery. Maintenance fees will be deducted from your pay. Only you can protect fourth quarter profits. This is why you need to lock your lockers when you go to work. I'll have to pair headphones that way. It's Spacer's Choice. I'm way off track. I'm just wandering the cannery now. Oh, that door is barred. Must be another way in. I am not above stealing. Oh. You mean I could take their power regulator? And I could just go. But I ain't gonna do that. Not right now, anyway. I want to examine my options here before I start pulling things out of sockets. It's good to know that's there. I never did... There are two options with this, from what I remember, where you can get the power regulator a couple of different ways. And I didn't think of doing it this way, where I take it from them. Right, but I want to get into that barred room. So there must be a way around in here. Maybe on the outside? No one saw. Right, I was just out here. Was I up here? Oh, there's Phyllis.
You the new worker? Whatever. Make it quick, Tenderfoot. I'm busy.
Gravesite fees. Here to collect.
Shit. Silas still on about that. Here, take the fees. I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell Reed I was late on my payment.
These papers aren't signed in your name.
Because they're not my fees and not my gravesite. Guy I worked with shot himself. I paid the bill.
It's kind of you, I guess.
I could do without the sarcasm. Wasn't acting out of the goodness of my heart. Law requires delinquent gravesite fees to be paid by the deceased party's closest living relative. Shame, though. Eugene was a good worker.
So the guy shot himself?
Woke up one morning and put a round through his upper story. Can't imagine why. The kid was doing all right at his desk. We all thought he was an upstanding receptionist. Just between the two of us, I'm pretty shocked his weapon didn't misfire. Spacer's Choice handguns aren't the most reliable.
Must be tough losing family.
Eugene wasn't family.
Thought you said you were his closest living relative.
Yeah, I was the closest living person relative to his body at time of death. I'm the one who found him, you see, so I pay the fines. Suicide's a crime. The legal term is irreparable damage to company property. What Eugene did to himself was vandalism.
What are they going to do, arrest his corpse?
When one of your workers commits a crime, the entire town pays for it. In other words, Edgewater would have been penalized pretty hard. Whatever Eugene was worth as an asset, we would have had to pay out of pocket to Spacer's Choice.
That's grim. He's a person, not an asset.
Well, excuse you. I'll have you know, Eugene was an asset to us all. May Adams be commended to the law. All I know is Silas asked me for Eugene's gravesite fees, which means he was approved for burial, which means his papers went through, which means the town's in the clear. I'm just glad to put this whole ugly affair behind me. Eugene can rest his bones in peace.
I'll let you get back to work. Right, where's my quest log? Journal. I want to focus on this. So let's find Ludwig Miller. Is he out of town? Oh, I guess. Before I leave the town, not going to go up to the cannery yet. I want to swing by the church. Kind of curious. People talking about the law and stuff. Me.
Work fortifies the spirit.
Hey there, Mary. Don't see you round here too often.
Oh, I just came to talk to the vicar is all. None of us are above confessionals.
This is my kind
What
of
have you
church.
got to confess? You ain't thinking of deserting, are you?
What? No. And I resent the accusation.
Looks like the Hellraiser box.
I must be on my way.
But I love
Verity,
these
you.
black marble skulls. In the town, pretty much.
Yes, what is it? You're an outsider. Fantastic. Vicar Maximilian de Soto, at your service. Or Vicar Max, if you're the sort who prefers brevity. I so rarely get new people to talk to. Name your poison, anything at all. Spiritual counseling? This season's tossball predictions? The quickest way out of town?
Oh no, Dilf. That's a priest. What sort of spiritual advice do you offer here?
They who are not satisfied with their work are satisfied with nothing. No? How about, work fortifies the spirit. True exhaustion awaits idle hands.
I was actually asking what your religion was all about.
The OSI teaches that the Grand Architect set a perfect system in motion at the beginning of time. Contentment is found by accepting one's role in that grand plan.
Priest of free game, totally fair. What's OSI stand for?
The Order of Scientific Inquiry, also known as scientism to the layperson.
Scientism, huh? Why does this feel like some Elon Musk shit? How do you talk this Grand Architect?
You don't talk to the Grand Architect. Once the universe was set in motion, it stepped back. It has no concern for us.
Fair. So what's your part in all this, besides counseling people?
We will eventually decode the plan and all its intricacies. Once we are able to deduce the properties of every particle in the universe and its trajectory, we will know everything. The future, the past, each person's place within the plan, all will be laid out before us, removing struggle and bringing peace. No one will ever need question their path again. Some even believe this ultimate knowledge will unlock mankind's true potential, and we will all become akin to grand architects ourselves, after a fashion.
Interesting. How's that work? Tell me more.
Well, first there's the matter of the secret blood rites and animal sacrifices. I'm kidding.
Look at that little
Seriously,
smirk.
though, to truly understand the metaphysics involved takes years of study and contemplation.
How'd you know I'm an outsider?
I've never seen you before, and there's been no paperwork indicating a transfer. Half the time it's wrong, but a new worker without paperwork? Unheard of. Also, you lack the distinctive worker gaze. Usually,
That fluoride stare?
behind the eyes, or in some rare cases, a wild-eyed frenzy, like a trapped animal.
That fluoride stare. You seem quite dismissive of the common man for a spiritual leader.
Oh, nothing could be further from the truth. I'm simply bemoaning the level of spiritual awareness in this town.
Isn't it your job to raise that?
Yes, but there are few who hear me in this miserable place. I must double my efforts to elevate my flock. These are good, hard-working people here.
Hold on a minute. Just refer to this town as a miserable place?
Yes, and thank you for pointing it out. It is wrong of me to succumb to distress. This place could be so much more, and I will continue in my quest to make it so.
Looking for a power regulator.
Mechanical tomfoolery is well out of my purview. Oh, and a word of warning. If you're considering wandering around outside the safety of the town...
Why is that?
Marauders are about. Though if you are planning... One of the reasons I transferred here was to fulfill my duty in hunting down banned heretical texts. I happen to know such a book is, as we speak, tainting a collector's library in Emerald Vale. However, the collector's residence lies outside the town's walls. My retrieval efforts have been thwarted by marauders who have overrun the property. Should you fare better than me, I'd pay a handsome sum for the book.
Why would a vicar be after a banned heretical book?
I just want to keep the writing out of layman's hands. It wouldn't do for such information to fall into public consumption.
It's porn, isn't it? Make a compelling argument.
Glad we see eye to eye. It's a handwritten journal, a faded blue cover with the name M'Bakono handwritten in the lower corner. I'll mark where I saw it on your map. Assuming...
I'll look for your book.
Thank you. If you retrieve it...
Oh, I love that. Is that a lamp? That's cool. Alright. So we got a couple of quests now outside of town. So let's head outside of town. The only source of protein in a busy worker needs. Oh. Oh, Ludwig works up at the dock. Gotcha. Or at the landing pad. Hey, bud. You good?
Thank the law. I've been requisitioning.
Gotta go.
backup
Have a
for
good stream.
months.
Thanks for
Guess
dropping
the boss
by.
Finally came to his senses.
Thank you again
ever
for the gift
swung a
subs as well.
truncheon? Let me see your rifling stance. I want to make sure you're up to snuff.
Silas sent me. You owe him gravesite fees.
I told Silas I'd pay my dues if he agreed to join the resistance. Guess this means he's finally heard the calling.
What are you You okay? You seem confused.
I'm talking about mechanical soldier. Cold, heartless automatons made of iron and lies.
Oh. Yeah. Gotta watch out for those mechanicals.
That's right. That's what I've been saying. We gotta square our shoulders and stand ever vigilant. Auto-mechanicals. Creatures forged in the fires of malevolence. I seen them over by the old power plant, clattering about, firing at the birds. When the swarms of mechanicals come clanging on over that hill, where will you be? Cowering beneath your cot? Or standing shoulder to shoulder with the resistance?
If it needs another gun, I am for hire.
I've been gathering up a war chest over the years. Saltuna cans, mostly. Some Spacer's Chaw. Few bit cards.
Proper Army's pay enlistment fees.
Enlistment fees? Yeah, I suppose. Wouldn't want to give the Resistance a bad name.
What do you need done?
They have sent a scout, prowling around the junkyard just behind. The scout must not be permitted to return to its base of operations.
Die, robot.
Cross it off, then report back.
I'll let you be. Is it stealing? Yes. Model spaceship? There's a tossball stick. Oh, a bunch of vending machines. That's a TNL machine. It's got some new guns. I got an axe! Hunting rifle. Assault rifle. Whisper Quiet Muzzler. Ooh. Ford approved Halcyon grenade launcher. Neat.
Got my sights on.
You can now travel to Edgewater landing pad from your ship. Good to know. Really, I was just more curious to look around. Oh, I have to insert my card to do remote landing. But I imagine I can't do that until I fix my ship. I hear squirming. I heard squiggly squirms. Ugh. Don't like those. Bread worms coming out of the bread. Cute little detail. Right. I should go back to Silas. Know that I got all the gravesite fees. And I did it without murdering anybody. Or extorting anybody. I'm a good model citizen. I guess. Hey. I'm trying. Steel shovel. Sure. Wait, what was that armor? Retrofitted heavy power armor. Ooh. Chunky. This heavy power armor has been retrofitted to be even more durable and insulating. Plus it has a nice scarf. Does it? So it's Marauder armor. collectible Tosswall card. Listen. He chose not to live inside the city, which I stole things inside the city too. Doesn't matter.
Grave digging's a fine profession. Always work to be had, and nary a word of complaint out of your clients.
That's one way to look at it. Not those fees you wanted.
Run into any...
All done. Paperwork, fees, and signatures.
Reliable work from a freelancer. That's gonna take some getting used to.
Abernathy was trying to hide his own illness.
Abernathy was sick?
He was convinced you know.
What? No. If I knew he was sick, I would have had him reported. I needed his fees because of his name. A for Abernathy. He was at the top of my list, you see? And I'll buy you a drink.
I'll hold you to it. Goodbye. Your reputation with a faction has changed. If enemies are hostile, but your reputation isn't, kill on sight, leaving... I couldn't finish reading that. Hey, yeah, no worries, Gabe. Is a shovel a weapon? Yes. I mean, of course it is, but... Huh. Oh, the hand that went missing in the factory! That... That's consistency right there, baby. Honestly, I thought getting a shovel would have helped. Honestly, okay. I want the suit. Just the suit. Listen, I'm Captain Hawthorne. I should look the part, you know? Now. Let's go find that medicine. That's at the community center. That's up the road. Okay, so there's the abandoned parts of town up this way. I do like that they put cages. It reminds me of, it used to be a burial practice in Europe back in the day to stop the dead from rising. Lifetime net value. Right. Now it's time to go through this bit, which looks a lot like We Happy Few. You can get back to doodling. Have a good night. Well, thanks for stopping by. Always appreciate it, Pumpkin. Alright, I'm doing a little bit better money-wise. Not a whole lot of things I want to buy. Not yet, anyway. Kind of want to sell the heavy armor. Gonna hang on to the riot control gear for now. Nicopad. Unlock second story balcony door. I can do that. Personal files. Ah! Cool. So that's level 20 now. For handguns, long guns, and heavy weapons are up there as well. Intimidate is at 30. Let's leave persuasion for now. This is like an office building. Interesting. Gonna need to do a quick apples to apples here. That's 137, also 137. Okay. I like that. It's like an ivory wood grip kind of thing. Engraved filigree. It's all fancy. Now I want to get into that locked house. I don't really think there's a way to. Also curious as to what's back here. Energy cells. Always welcome. And that's the landing pad, right? No, it's not. This is the, must just be storage. Some sort. Road ends here. Oh, this is the junkyard the dude was talking about with the robot. Well, I want to see what's in this. Another sawed-off, baby! Is that one stronger? No. Let's see. Ain't nailed down, it's mine. Hi.
Searching for repair bay. Error. Navigation systems failed. Unable to comply.
Oh, damn. This is a junkyard, not a repair bay.
Navigation systems attempting to misdirect or confuse a Spacer's Choice mechanical is a punishable offense.
Are you damaged?
Damage to navigation systems detected. Attempting to return.
Right, I don't have the high enough engineering. Now, I have a tech outfit. That's tech plus 5, so is that. So let's just put on the tech skills outfit and see.
Search.
No. And I've already picked the junkyard clean. So... We are Gucci there, I think. Level's your character? Level 3. I've just been wandering around. I haven't done a whole lot of combat, just been trying to tidy up side quests and explore. Hang on. This is the other side of the... Hell yeah. Interesting. Hi.
Sorry, I've got a lot to do.
Yeah, I'm sure. Alright, so that's how you get into there. I need to be careful with clicking. I keep accidentally clicking. Such devastation. This was not my intention. I need 4. Wait, does the vending machine there sell maglocks? Cannot purchase this restricted stock. Then why have it listed? Jerk. All right. Well, I was able to steal all the stuff from out of the backyard, at least. Let's move up the town. I don't remember when the last save was. That's not a good sign. Okay, it was after I looted this room. It's not the worst unless it's Borst's worst. Wait, does that mean I have to do this again? God damn it. Or no. I already picked... Right. Picked the junkyard, looted that. Then I headed this way. Not good at combat. It's like my first encounter in combat, dude. Chill. I just have a lot less health than I assume. I'm playing on a harder difficulty than the last time I played. Also just not been saving as much as I probably should be. I'm bad at remembering. Alright, save game. Alright, that went better. I like the gas mask. This helmet is made of pieces of at least 4 other Hephaestus mining helmets, plus parts of a mummy. Okay. Now the town diverges here. Gonna head this way first. There's gotta be a way in, right? Aha. Yeah. Reminded me of that as well. Abandoned outpost.
What's that noise?
Oh god! Please heal faster. Please heal faster. Please heal faster.
That hurts.
That was a lot of them. Right, so the save is back here after this combat encounter. Alright, I just gotta be more diligent with the saving. Because I'm gonna just keep dying, I guess. Is there a quick save key? Ah, whatever. It's not too hard to save. Alright, back in there. Hup. Okay. I should navigate through the town a bit more carefully. Is that assault rifle better? It's the same. You never know. Having at least one melee weapon on hand is handy. Okay. Going a lot better this time. All right. Thought the ringleader died. Ah, there she is. Let's see about that LMG. Wait, that uses light? Damn. Well, I want to use this for a little bit. Tartarus sauce. I don't want to give up the sawed-off yet, but I might as well have one of each type of ammo weapon, just kind of like good to go. Oh, this was a store at one point, looks like. Probably some interesting information in there. I'm just being lazy. Standard troop armor, eh? Dodge +7, that's medium armor. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm gonna make sure to save. I'll hang on to it for now. Corporate ordered me to relocate the Edgewater Cannery effective immediately. It's a shame. I was really looking forward to running my own gift shop at the community center, selling rare memorabilia, but scripture tells us that all things happen for a reason. Work fortifies the spirit and all. As for my book collection, I can't bear to part with it. Don't want those books molding in some contraband locker, so I stashed them away in a cave over by the river. Okay. So I accidentally stumbled on the quest. Oh, ramp. Oh, is this another way in? Ah, clever. Okay. Yeah, let me save. Like the jingle says, don't put the pedal to the metal, put an Aramid Ballistics Plasma Cutter there instead. Right. I'm good. Plasma Sword is cool, but you know what else is cool is this Stun Baton. Pick up that can. Claw rake? Okay. Like a normal rake, only smaller and with claws. Neat. Okay. Let's head up this way to this section of town and save game again. Ooh, an axe. for all your heavy-duty axing needs. I'll hang on to it.
Huh?
Huh?
I smell blood!
Okay, this is fun. Shit!
Easy.
Alright. I saved right before that. So I just need... I have an idea. Thanks, Ryuki. I'll do that. Oh, they're miles out. Okay. Alright. Yeah, this game's a lot easier with a gun. Playing melee only was, a difficult time. I wanted to see if it would break. Oh, what up, Brigsby? I'm playing a funny space game. What is this thing? Shock cannon. Takes energy ammo. Well, gotta see what that's like. How you doing? Damn, I don't have the luck. Picking. I'm building an army of short stacks for 40k. Those are the dwarves, right? Or are you referring to a different kind of short stack? Because I think of a completely different thing with that term. Okay. Alright, let's break some weapons down for money. Ah, okay. I like this weapon. Yeah. No. Good weapon. Man, I missed out on a lot of fun guns. Alright, so that's the way into the community center. Oh, landmines! Why are there landmines out here? Here, Here, let me do a quick save. Okay, you can't disarm them. Thought you could? This ain't Fallout. Okay. Big explosion radius. That's all I can really say. Right, besides the community center, I don't see a whole lot else here. So let's get in there with the Zappy boy. Save game. Gonna be doing that a lot. Let's get in there. Start zapping. All right. Oh, piss. Reload faster. No. Okay. Naka. That was satisfying. Encode first aid keycard. Cool. That was good. It's a good thing I had high hack skill. Oh, and a first aid room key. That works. This display, fashioned to resemble a pair of mighty primals, required extensive field research. Let's have a moment of silence for the researchers who gave their lives. Why is there not a Mantiqueen in that display? Did it perhaps get loose? Okay. Plasma rifle? That's cool. Not gonna spend the ammo if I don't have to. Cool. Any more mag locks? Wait, that's enough. Also, I'll never get sick of the fact that one of the healing items is called Ollie Ollie Toxin Free. I want that bone saw as a weapon. Who ate my lunch? Level 4. Heavy weapons is up to 30. Cool. Got more perks. Base health. Vendors. There's a way to get restricted loot, right? Oh, it must be later. Vendors and vending machines have additional ammo, consumables, and general items available. Base armor rating. Let's go for that for now. Or... Huh. I don't know... Get health. You know what? I've died enough times that maybe some base HP would be handy. So there's like 3 different ways to get the first aid key, which is kind of cool. All that's left around here is rodents. No sense in throwing away the ammo. Gyro site, nice. Antique saber. Please tell me that's a room decoration. Good. I've been finding a lot more of those now. I've actually been keeping an eye out for them. Alright. Huh. Oh, I think I need to be liked more to access them. It's Spacer's choice. Okay, so did a full-on loop-de-loop. Ooh, Nightingale step. Cool. Now. Can head back that way. Or while I'm out here. Where are they? Okay, they're at each of the camps. Well, hey, I was just out that way. So why don't we head in that direction? Save game. Want out the journal? Or the heretical text or whatever? Yeah, I'm grabbing those as well. But there's a bunch of these targets, and I kind of want to take them out. Damn. Okay. Oh, that's a lot of marauders. I died twice. Okay. New plan. New plan. Shoot! Ah. All right. I'm going to formulate a plan. While I do that, I'm also going to go get some food. So I will be right back. I'm back. Right. Part of the plan, though, definitely involves the fact that there is just landmines all over the place. And I could probably reliably get them to hit their own landmines. Hey, Guillaume. Took him alive. All right. Oh, it seems like everyone else de-aggroed.
Smell something. Gonna find you.
As for weapons, I want the shotgun more than I want the heavy gun, but I do really like the shot cannon. Kind of curious about the plasma rifle, though, so I'm gonna bust that out. Ooh! Ooh! Some weapons have charge up. Ooh! That's fun. Okay. Patched low-pressure helmet. Neat. Increases my lockpick, so I might as well hang on to that. And that increases my heavy weapons. +5. So I just need to use heavy weapons. I'm gonna put that in the junk for now, though. Okay, so that's technically a long gun. That's good to know. What about using a sniper? I don't have a sniper rifle, unfortunately. I can't do in inventory repairs yet. I think I need a higher skill. Huh. I'm also thankful I haven't really become over-encumbered yet. Thought I would have been by now. I also haven't found any other heavy weapons, or heavy armor. Heavy armor. Heavy ammo weapons! So wait, is it Titan? No. Spread doesn't tighten when you aim down sights.
Stand and deliver! Always wanted to say that.
Hold on. Hi?
Wow, you crossed them all off, like some sort of heroic accountant running down a list. Teach me your ways.
You sound confused. Not for free, that's what I would say.
Oh, well that's a shame. I mean, I could pay you in Adrena time, but I've already bartered most of my stash over to these poor saps. You, on the other hand, you were a sight to behold. If I had half your skills, I'd be the greatest outlaw the coast has ever seen.
I need you to clarify something for me.
I'm great at clarifying.
From Edgewater?
I got kicked out of Edgewater on account of falling sick with plague and stealing some medicine to treat myself. I'd heard some outlaws set up camp in the botanical labs. I decided to throw in with them, seeing as I always wanted to be an outlaw myself. Instead, what do I find? But a bunch of former workers camped out around a greenhouse. I couldn't just go back to the cannery, so I was stuck with them.
How are you even alive?
I don't know. The vital processes that constitute the miracle of life are mysterious and unknowable. Oh, you mean around these guys? The Marauders wouldn't hurt me. They love me.
I'm impressed. How'd you pull it off?
I may have bartered them a few boxes of Adrena time, but...
Something else, actually. I figure she's probably important for a quest to do with those deserters. But who knows? Because I don't have any other dialogue with her. At least I don't think most of the other bits of dialogue that I had really did much else.
What?
You prisoner here?
No. I insinuated myself into their company, see?
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Can't ask her anything else. Right, okay. I went through all of her dialogue options. There's nothing else I can do. Okay, that's that town. Primal Nest. Well, might as well, if I'm here. Can I not? There we go. She doesn't have a quest, Kryuki. I don't know what she's for. She might have a quest later, but I went through all of her dialogue. Alright, let's try that again. I probably need a stronger gun. You found a flaw in you. During your adventures, things might happen to your character that can trigger a flaw. Drug addiction. I reject it. What? I've taken a drug, and it's Adreno. No, I killed them. Let me save. The heavy ammo is helping. It's burning through their hide. Oh god, that's a lot of them. That's a lot of them, though. Okay. Okay. I mean, this guy's asleep. As long as I'm careful, I could probably sneak around them. No, I guess not. Okay. Okay. New plan. Plasma works really well. Okay. Stand up! Really wish they'd stop burrowing. Heal? Heal. Yeah, good. Heal! Why are you not regenerating health? See, it worked out fine. They just did a lot of damage. The plasma worked a lot better than heavy bullets. All reliable. Why don't you use the body armor for your inventory? Because this already gives me +5 to defense. Doesn't matter. Maybe a little slow, but it'll last forever. How slow we talking? No, that seems pretty standard DACA. Tactical shotgun. Ooh, I like the look of that. Sold by Hammersmith is a short-range, high-spread weapon. This gun works very well in the hands of people with little training. Well, Kryuki, I'm playing the game. It gives me +5 to defense skills. I'm fine. Alright. I'll put this on, sure. Whatever. Still gonna die just as fast. Right, let's save. I'm gonna hang on to Old Reliable, but I'm definitely gonna get rid of this. And this. But I am happy to have a shotgun. And a pretty shotgun. Also surprised I'm not over encumbered yet. Thought I would have been by now. What killed them? How about buying a sniper rifle? If I see one, I'll consider. If I see one, I'll consider it. What's that town up there? That's the... That's the, greenhouse community, I think. Yeah, the botanical lab. So that, I don't have to worry about at the moment. Let's just focus on my bounties. Got 2 more to clean up here. And they're fairly close. Tsuchinoko. Huh. That worked out. I like the shotgun. It's a lot of fun. Shotgun is shot fun. Right, okay. There's a lookout. They're in the cave? never mind. I picked up a bunch of guns and shit, didn't I? Oh, yeah. All they know is someone died. They don't know I'm here. Okay. What the hell is going on in this cave? Weapons degrade over time. Yeah, I know. It's fine. Why am I getting that tutorial now? Is this the cave with the book stash? Probably could be. There. Took a nap. It is close. Okay, it's a completely different cave. Just funny, there's a lot of caves on this planet. Was I through here? No, this is like the power plant. I wasn't. Just wanted to get the fast travel point. Because I feel like I'm going to need that later. And there's probably something going on here. Let's save. It's a good thing I saved. Why? Why did that do so much damage, though? I was at full health. I had just... Whatever. Whatever, dude. Whatever, dude. Whatever, dude. Reload? God. Where did that shot come from, and why did it almost nearly kill me? There, he had a sniper rifle. .53 DPS. But we'll see. Okay. Huh. Weird. Anyway, let's go get Birdie Cotton. Marauders, or primals. Just save real quick. Cool. That worked out pretty well, all things considered. All right. Jesus fucking Christ, dude! They shoot me once and I die. Unbelievable. This isn't fun. Yeah, that's my opinion. Okay. Why is he all the way over there? Is he stuck? There we go. Cool. Problem solved. Camp cleared. No. Not at the moment. I just picked up a mod that lets me make a zoom scope, but not by default. Alright, so that's all my bounty targets. While I'm out here, and this far out, let's keep an eye out for this guy. That's over closer to the power plant. More primals. A lot more primals. So this ain't gonna go well. At least they don't shoot. Kind of tired of the burrowing, though. It's a little, played out. All right. Were the landmines necessary? Alright, another level. Okay, yeah, that much engineering lets me repair shit in the inventory. Random sound effect. Hold on.
Critical error.
Yeah, there you go. Cool, so let's save. Where's the other end of this cave end up? Huh. Interesting. Right back out to this side of town. Alright, so heading over to the dumpy dump. Guy just wants me to shoot the robot. Destruction of Spacer's Choice property is probably not going to go over well. But let's see if I've gotten any new dialogue with the guy after I went over there and was just like, yeah, no, he's just broken. He doesn't pose a threat. You know? Or I picked up a bunch of power cells. Will the game just let me bring one to him? And be like, yeah, this is totally the power cell from the robot.
Bring us on. I'm Ludwig Miller, Associate Security Officer for Transportation. Unofficially. You ever seen the way a mechanical just stands there? Just...
Pretty sure it's what they're programmed to do.
Mechanicals have been programmed to eliminate the human race. They've been programmed to replace us. First, they will rob us of our jobs. And once they have taken away our livelihoods, they will take away our very lives.
Bled on stick. So sharp it cut someone's letter. It cuts some letters out of its own name. I do like hanging on to named weapons. Okay. I can reduce the noise range. Magazine. Make the damage plasma. Magazine size increase. I'll do that. I kind of want to just attach this barrel because I love the way it looks. Yeah. Thank you for the hydration reminder. I am going to hydrate. All right. Okay. Those do the same amount of damage. So this suit can take mods. I think this is what I've currently equipped. I want to hang on to the pristine, toughened. I have a bunch of tech suit mods, so I might as well attach that. That feels like it's going to come in handy for another outfit. And there we go. I guess I have no choice but to actually do something about this. I mean, it's already in a junk heap.
Searching.
And I already searched this, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's open. Well, that's all he wanted me to do. Then I did it. Well, I'm sure the robots have a purpose. It's just that one was broken. Is that a house I can enter? Did I enter this house? No. Is that even worth it? It's 5 mag picks. I mean, whatever.
Bring us. You're a passing fair soldier, I will confess. But you are one, and the enemy is Legion. Cantina, lavatory, behind one of the toilets. Sharp, ain't it? The lavatory is the very... On the double, soldier.
Okay. So he hid a weapon in the canteen. In the turlet. Alright.
I've got some time. Thanks. I'll see to it that this medicine gets to the people who need it. Here, something for your trouble. Nothing personal, but I hope...
That's harsh. At least leave me something to remember you by.
You do have some cheek on you. Lucky for you, I kept a little contingency fee in case...
Curious, what are you going to give the medicine to?
Somebody deserving. Silas on account of him being out in the cold. Amelia seeing how she's around people all the time. Anybody in the sick room?
What do you do here?
Oh, I'm an actuary. That means I keep tabs on a worker's living expenses. How much it costs. Technically, I'm employed by the Spacer's Choice Department of Human Resources.
Well, I suppose she is... doing human resources. What is the secret weapon? It's in my inventory. Curious bundle. Discovered near latrine. Note reads, if found, please return to Ludwig Miller. Right, let's get these fingers to the proper authorities while I'm in town.
Been eating nothing but salt too.
Something to...
Here to turn in a bounty.
We pay by the finger. Gil Antrim. Real name, Guillaume. Duly processed by a freelancer on behalf of Spacer's Choice. I remember him. Was just a kid last I... I'll just need your signature here. Mabel Burgess. Age 37. I remember Doc Burgess. Conducted my physical every fiscal quarter. Guess she couldn't keep her hands off her patient's medicine. Still one outstanding bounty. Here we are. Bertie Cotton. Bert was the local preacher before Max took over. Always was quick to remind us that we all get what we deserve in the end. Well, that's all three. I must remember to requisition some more fingerprint ink.
What's this, Junior Deputy Constable?
You've done such a bang-up job hunting down our former workers that I thought it only proper to deputize you. Congratulations.
How so many people end up as marauders?
Let me stop you there. It is official Spacer's Choice policy that all marauders, regardless of prior affiliation to this...
Sounds like marauders have been a problem for a while.
Ever since the company first settled the Vale. Life's good out here, but it ain't easy. Some folk can't keep pace with the... Not everyone's cut out to work in Edgewater. Some turn deserter, some turn marauder.
Marauders seem to like Adrenatime.
Everybody likes Adrenatime. It is the finest medical drug ever developed by Spacer's Choice. Much better than that crap Anti-Cleo pedals. Sure, a little too much Adrenatime can bring out the violent animal in you, but if overdosing on Adrenatime turns you into a lunatic, says so right on the warning label. Violent psychosis is a well-documented and legally accounted for side effect of Adrenatime.
Cool. I'm a deputy, I guess.
A friend of mine died a couple weeks back. Still.
Also, while I'm in town, let's return... Or let's get the journal to Vicar Max.
Any progress? Wonderful. This is fantastic. Well worth all the sacrifices I... Wait. What the fuck is this? Is this French? I can't fucking read French. It's a law-forsaken joke is what it is. French. Ha! I was so high and mighty, preaching to the yokels about following the plan, while fighting it at every turn.
What's so important about this book?
I've spent my life searching for the keys to unlocking the secrets of the universal equation that underlies the plan. I had hoped this book held some of those answers. I became so desperate, I even got myself assigned to this plague-ridden backwater to find the damn thing. All the time and suffering I've spent. Wasted.
At least you have your mission here to work here to give your life a meaningful purpose.
Please. As if my life should have no greater meaning than proselytizing to a bunch of feeble-minded wretches. Nothing could be more excruciating than discussing the true nature of reality with people who have no interest beyond their next Aetherwave program. But that's neither here nor there. What I need to do now is to find a translator, obviously. But to do that, I'll first need to secure transport. You have a ship. Perhaps I could make myself of use to your crew.
Could be a beneficial arrangement. You need a ride out of town, I wouldn't mind a ship hand.
Certainly. I already gave you most of my money, but I can offer you free spiritual counseling. I'm pretty handy with a tossball stick, or any blunt instrument, really. I'm also a passable gun hand, if it comes to that. Oh, I'm fairly competent at hacking computers as well.
Oh, part of your vicar training?
Well, understanding computers is, though I admit I took it further than most. And I was quite the 32nd back during my seminary days. Left many an opponent bleeding on the field.
Sounds good. Let's go.
Fantastic. I shall see you on the ship, Captain.
Cool. Right, let's knock out side quests before I talk to the town leader. I basically just showed up into town and refused to talk to the guy. Just like, yeah, no. Yeah, no worries.
Bring us on.
Yeah, there's multiple planets, yes.
Feast your eyes, soldier. This here is a genuine Spacer's Choice injury customizing unit, designed to deliver a lethal blast. You ever want to see a mechanical flailing around like a... Time's come for you to journey down into the black heart of the enemy's camp. Unfortunately, the old... I need you to get us the brain of a mechanical. Well, not exactly a brain. If you die horribly...
Cool. Oh yeah, no. There's a couple of other places on this planet that I haven't fully explored yet. I'm leaving them because they're part of the main quest. But I'm just tidying up all the side content. But that mission takes me to where I need to go. So I'm going to hold off, and now I'm going to go talk to Reed. Oh, I love the elevator music.
Miss Holcomb, I need to explain this. The grease monk. Seems we've got a guest. Really now, Parvati, I do wish you'd spoken up. I do apologize. I was given no forewarning of your arrival, or I might have welcomed you at the gates myself.
I'll wait till you're finished.
You were saying, Miss Holcomb.
It's just what Bess needs is a proper refurbish. I can bandage her up and what all, but she's just old. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'll do better.
I love her.
We should stop referring to our cannery as Bess. Personification of company property is strictly contrary to the Spacer's Choice Code of Conduct. My apologies. I am not in the habit of allowing my guests to witness such a row. Now.
You Reed. I was told I should talk to you.
I'm Reed Thompson, Outpost Administrator. I cannot help but notice you are not in uniform.
I don't work for Spacer's Choice.
Of course not. I don't have that kind of luck. Seems I allowed my excitement to run away with my wits. Been a few seasons since we've had a visitor pass through.
The ship needs repairs, and I'm looking for a power regulator.
Only regulator we got is hooked up to the town transformer. Mr. Thompson ain't liable to be keen on dismantling it.
I beg your pardon. I am most emphatically not keen on any such thing. I can't let you have our power regulator. But I happen to know of another one. And I happen to know exactly how you may retrieve it without frying yourself in the process.
Let's hear it.
There's a power regulator in the old botanical lab. It's mostly abandoned, so all that power is being squandered. Go down to the geothermal plant. Reroute power from the botanical district over to us. Once their power's shut down, you can have their regulator.
When you say mostly abandoned, what do you mean?
I was not entirely sure how to tell you this. The botanical labs are not legally inhabited, but...
I don't think these people would take kindly to losing their power.
No, I do not imagine they will be pleased. But like a parent disciplining an unruly child, you will be doing them a kindness. The people living in the botanical labs, they're deserters, former workers. I need them back at their posts. I need them to come home.
Why?
Edgewater is struggling. If we don't meet our quotas this year, the company might shut us down for good. I need those workers back at their stations.
How can I help?
My hope is that by cutting off their power, you will convince those deserters to come back to town. Before you go to the plant, I want you to stop by the botanical lab. Speak to their leader, Adelaide. Tell her the power's about to go, and that it's time her band of deserters came back to town.
Can't make any promises.
Of course, I understand completely. Here, let me give you the passcode to the geothermal plant. A sign of good faith for so politely listening to me as I ramble on.
Are you setting off for the Vale? Because I mean, if that's all right with
I hesitate to part ways with Miss Holcomb, but I cannot deny...
Sure, could use the company.
Great! I got my wrenches and diagnosticators and hairpins and engine tape, so...
Well, I am glad to hear that. Best of luck to you.
Let's get going. I have a companion. Yeah. I got Parvati.
We better clear out of Mr. Thompson's office before we talk. Hey, Sorry. It's just... Mr. Thompson has his own view on matters, on account of it's his job and what all, but that's not the only side of the tale.
Figures. Reed didn't exactly strike me as the most honest soul.
Oh, he ain't a liar. He believes every word he says. It's just, he doesn't always get where other folk are talking from. To Mr. Thompson, a person's a gear. It does its job quiet-like. If it squeaks or stutters, it gets replaced. The deserters are decent folk.
Can't blame anyone for wanting to leave. Town's got issues.
Life's hard here. Especially for them that don't fit in so well. We're one big Spacer's Choice family, but every family's got the one the rest whisper about. Mr. Thompson's aiming to take away their power. They'll have no lights to see, nor heat to cook. They'll be at the mercy of marauders, or worse. I think you should talk to the town's vicar about it.
Suppose getting hurt, we'll stop by.
Thanks, mister. I just think when you gotta make a decision that'll hurt somebody, that's what my dad used to say anyways.
Aw.
I've always felt weird in here. It's too clean.
I'll meet you on the ship when you're...
Parvati wanted to talk to you about what Reed asked us to do.
What?
You wanted to speak to me, Ms. Holcomb? Every time I've tried to engage you in conversation, you look at the floor. I can't imagine what would be so grave as to drive her to my mission.
Cut off the power to the deserters.
Depriving them of safety from the marauders and wildlife. I can see why that troubles you. Miss Holcomb has a soft heart.
What do you advise?
Assuming your goal is to save as many as possible, then you should bring everyone together. Send the power to Edgewater and convince the deserters to return to the fold.
Is that possible?
Not if things are left to stand as they are.
Just thought...
They who are not satisfied with their work...
Well, okay. You said he'll meet me on the ship when he's ready to go. I'll be more than happy to have him on the crew. Now... we go on fast travel! We're cheating. It's fine. Everyone's dead. We've got all the marauders to worry about out here. No protection from the walls. No insurance from the company. Oh, that's fine. I killed all the marauders. What? Oh, I murdered them all. Literally all of them. Every single marauder on the planet is now dead. What? Yeah, no, I murdered them all.
Move along, stranger. We don't want any trouble.
Sup?
I don't know you. Whatever you're looking for, it ain't here. Move along.
Looking for Adelaide. Need some answers.
Answers, huh? You must be one of those philosophicals. Already got ourselves one of those.
Looking for the geothermal plant.
A what? Look, that's plenty my purview. If you're gonna start wandering around my camp,
Get out of your hair.
much obliged.
Leaving good meat on the floor. All right, I do want to wear this outfit again because I actually really like it. All right, let's look around town. Hi.
You hungry? We got candy. Something I...
What you selling?
Fresh off the limb.
Beanie. Fiver. Uses heavy ammo to cause heavy damage. Was customized by a weaponsmith to use heavy Vulcan ammo. Only 5 rounds fit in the cylinder, but they hit like an asteroid. I'll think about it. Hey, Parker. Right. Let's put on the hat. It's a look. It's a look. Alright. Parvati probably won't take too kindly to me stealing, so I'm not going to do too much stealing.
If you're hungry, there's meat turning on the spit outside. If you're bearing illness, find a place to lay your... Whatever your troubles with Edgewater, leave them at the gates and be welcomed here.
Must be Adelaide.
I have been called that, among other things. Green Thumb, grandmother, the strange old lady who keeps flowers. But yes, Adelaide will do...
Excuse me, Miss McDevitt? Sorry, it's just... You got such pretty trees in here.
Why, thank you. You're Robert's girl, aren't you? I remember when you were but a sprout. Thomas speaks of you often. Are you staying long? You should try some of my tobaccorn tea. I brew it in an old spittoon.
Looks like you made a home for yourself out here.
A home for anyone who's ever turned their backs on Edgewater. A home for those of us with nowhere left to go and nothing to lose. So, like the spores of the puffball, cast on the wind and alighting on fresh soil, we put down new roots.
How'd you leave your old home?
It is an unpleasant story, dear. But the short of it is that sometimes one wakes up and realizes the place that was once her home for much of her life has changed. The home in which we spent our lives has left us behind, and so we must move on.
And that is as much as I will say on the subject.
Reed sent me to make peace with you.
Reed Thompson? You here on behalf of that cold-eyed reptile? Let's hear it. What's Reed's idea of peace, then?
Reed asked you to consider coming back to the town, willing to make amends.
Make amends? Spare me. Only thing Reed knows how to make is a mess. Like everything else that comes out of Edgewater, that peace offering is canned. I and my own are living just fine out here by ourselves.
Reed asked me to divert the power over to him. He mentioned a geothermal plant.
He would do such a thing. The question is, why would you agree to his plans?
Your camp is a power regulator, and I needed to repair my ship.
Cannery's got a regulator. You want ship parts, you ought to rip them out of the can. If you're going down to the plant, you should divert power away from Edgewater and toward our end of the grid. Think about it. You'd be liberating an entire town from a lifetime of service to that.
I'll consider it.
I trust you will listen to your conscience.
So... Sneak's now 20. I can sneak attack unaware enemies. Good. Finally. Science is 40. Rest is going into guns. Perks. Let's see. Damage. Fast travel while encumbered. Walk speed. Base armor rating.
Anything?
Might sound strange, but I don't really know where I am.
That's not strange at all, dear. Few of us truly know where we are. But we must remember that being lost is the first step.
Not the answer I was expecting, but you still cheered me up.
Glad I could help, dear. A sadness of the heart brings sickness upon the whole body. Are you not feeling well? Ought to lay your head down if you're running fever.
Just getting my bearings. My pod landed not far from here.
Are you talking about in it? Where did you say you were from?
Does the Hope ring any bells?
Is that a new settlement of some kind? I haven't kept news from outside the Veil.
Not exactly. It's a colony ship.
Oh, you're talking about that old piece of folklore. Now I'm convinced you're delirious. You really ought to try some of my purgative tea. Won't cure what ails you, but it will distract you for a spell.
You don't believe me?
Maybe I do. I don't know yet. Listen, don't you worry about what I think. That's not important. Worry about what the board thinks of you going around talking about lost ships from...
I'm not afraid of the board.
No, but the board may have reason to fear you.
I haven't done anything wrong.
You carry on about coming here from another world, and people will talk.
Alright. Oh. Right. I just want to see what else is around here.
Oh, that's Thomas. He used to follow me around before he left the cannery.
Well, there's a power regulator. I try to do that in RPGs. Right. So, last couple of quests all involve going... Oh yeah, Parvati's leveled a bit. She's got a light pistol and an impact hammer. Yeah, sure. Bonus support engineering. Just the main quest is left at the moment. She has a gun. I mean, I only have Old Reliable to give her. I can cheat. I've already visited the power plant, so I can just fast travel there.
Where are we headed? You mean about the mission being...
Isn't it supposed to be clean? It's a church.
I know, but Vicar says the universe is a machine, that it runs by law. Real machines have gunked up oil, scratches, and worn bits. You can tell they've seen handling, but the machine Vicar sees is one ain't never been run. It's not for people to live in. It's something on a museum shelf, under glass.
That's an interesting way to look at it. You're a mechanic. Whenever you see a machine, it's in need of fixing.
Fixing the universe is a job for somebody way better than the likes of me.
Oh yeah, Parvati's great.
I always wanted to poke around in here.
Right, okay. So, we're gonna save.
Okay, keep him quiet.
Aw. I'm gonna see if I can do a sneak attack here.
Here we go.
So I don't really have any weapons on me at the moment that do lightning. Oh. That's another way in. Clever. I like how the game has a bunch of like ways to navigate it that's not... It's not like the most obvious, but it's still like logical, I guess. Nah, I think that pistol suits her. If I find something stronger, I'll give it to her.
Unexpected. Searching for unauthorized persons.
Okay.
Terminating security, sir.
On my way.
I'm in. That was handy. All right. Disarm security fences. So that'll make it easier to get in and out. I want a vending machine. Let's see. Oh yeah, I got some armor as well. Standard troop armor. It's also medium. Not like the gold. But I also happen to have a Dr. Scrubs. Alright, time to go into the plant. Really don't like this moon, man. Huh. Yeah, I got a beanie. It makes me smart. It gives me science.
The control room should be off to the... Right. I hope we're doing the right thing.
Had to borrow your copy of Young Spacer's Guide to Mechanical Engineering. Radio's been sputtering and I need the reference. Return the copy to the repair bay. Cool. More copies of that engineering handbook would be nice. I have a couple volumes of it now.
Here they come!
Damn. Alright. Let's explore. Oh, I need the key card. Captain, is it normally policy to just run around a place and steal everything? Yes. Chester Higgins again. That whole head. Found him fiddling around with one of the mechanicals, so I had to write him up for tampering with company property. He's been working on some logic module. Should be in the lockaway room. Mechanical's gone crazy. Lock myself down here. Huh. Wait, what was that helmet? Reconditioned exo helmet. Ooh, that's the hood. Gives me sneak. Worker's outfit actually looks nice. Melee weapons.
Oh, sweeping.
We did it!
She sounds shocked. Alright. Still alive?
Sure. On my way. I'm going. Yeah.
Okay, I can't make her open things. It's the vicar that has hacking skills. That door's barred. Interesting.
Since beginning.
Didn't work. We made it. Down they go.
Yeah, a little bit. I could see that. Okay. There's not a whole lot here. There is blood.
Unexpected. Investigate.
What did that do? No. Well, she's fine. Harder difficulties at permadeath. Okay.
Go away, Phantom!
Oh.
Get away! Nice one!
Hold on, there's another door here.
Mind the steam. You're liable to get scalded.
We'll come back.
No, 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 just leave me alone!
What are you so scared of? Man in the big suit of armor? Finishing the whole game tonight? No, I want to get off the planet first. And then get to the first space station.
Not real. You're not real.
That's about where I want to end this stream. So it shouldn't be too much longer, but I like picking... With RPGs, I like picking things clean. Every nook and cranny.
You're not real. You're not real. You're not real. You're not real. Get away.
Calm down. Not trying to hurt you.
You can talk? The Phantom's never talked before. I knew I shouldn't have eaten that sprat raw. See? See, Higgins? This is why you must always boil your sprats before ingesting.
You're not imagining me. Slow down and tell me what's going on.
Clearly, I mistook you for one of the phantoms of my imagination. Chester D. Higgins. The D stands for definitely not insane. I use it as a reminder.
What is it that you do here?
Oh, Higgins has been many things over the years. Sprat Wrangler, Saltuna critic, Aetherwave personality, chairman of the board, Galactic Defender, Sisty Pig Tycoon. I've come a long way for someone who started off as a simple engineer right here in this plant.
You were an engineer?
I specialized in automechanicals, drones, sentries, repaired them, maintained, upgraded, did it all from my old workroom just over in the next section.
You worked on these mechanicals, you must know a way to stop them.
Look, I don't want to fall into any trouble with the mechanicals. If they wise up to our plans, they will come for us.
I can deal with the mechanicals. I made it this far, didn't I?
You know, you remind me of myself back when I was an intergalactic adventurer. I discovered a flaw. Their hostility levels were hardwired to maximum. There's no changing that, but you could rewrite their targeting protocol so they attack each other instead.
Mechanicals follow the behavior of their logic module. Someone tampered with it.
Yes, that's exactly it. I see you're also versed in the noble art of mechanical engineering. There's a behavior control terminal in the other room. It should have options to change how the mechanicals act, including whom they shoot at. Oh, that reminds me. You'll need my passcode to access the behavior control terminal. Here, let me just write it down for you.
Any idea where I can find the logic module?
Funny thing, I was working on a logic module just before the mayhem started.
So, yes, there it is. I knew he had the volume of engineering. So I should have, Volume 1 and Volume 2 and Volume 3. Yeah, I have all three. I'm also a junior deputy. I mean, hey, you seem fine down here, I guess. Fine is relative. But alive?
Oh.
Incoming!
Cannot use while in combat? Oh, fuck. Thanks, Parvati.
Nothing personal, I swear.
There. Shut off all the steam release valves. Ooh. Big ol' helmet. Ooh, workbench. That's kind of handy. I want... Oh, not tinker. Modify. Sure. I can change the damage type to plasma. There. Now Parvati's pistol does plasma damage. We're gonna give that a muzzle. And yeah, might as well give it the increased magazine size. So now, Parvati, yes. So I need to go through my inventory here. Bop, boppity boopity. Oh. And up here.
Process performing.
Here they come! Hey, here we go!
Parvati, no! It looked like I was looting her for a minute. Corporation Service Award. Alright, I guess I don't need to reprogram all the mechanicals, because I guess I defeated them all. But, might as well pick the place clean. And I still need to get the logic chip for that guy. Modify behavior. Define intruders. There. Oh, there's a security chief's key card. So that lets me into the other door as well. I don't remember where that door was, but it lets me into a door. This place is a bit of a maze. Right, that was the bathroom. Right, okay. Ah, that was it right there. Drugs, drugs, drugs. And there's the logic module. Should probably confront Ludwig about the whole reprogramming all the robots thing. Wait, so I have all the pipes running then. Oh, also. Yeah.
Once we do this, there's no going back.
No, you're right.
Hey, mister? Look, I know you want... Do you understand what you're about to do?
Wouldn't mind hearing your opinion.
I don't think you should cut off Edgewater's power. I think it would be cruel. I'm sorry. Edgewater's hurting. We've been losing workers year after year, and corporate hardly ever sends replacements. There's barely enough Saltuna to fill our bellies anymore. But the town's got some good people in it. Decent, hard-working folk just living their lives the only way they know how. They don't deserve to be punished.
Huh. The deserters are a community. I can't just destroy what they built.
Miss McDevitt's built something beautiful. Somehow she's talked the ground into giving life again. It's plain to see she's made the Vale a better place. Fed the hungry, tended the sick. Gave a home to those that had none. But Miss McDevitt delights in Edgewater's suffering. She wants to hurt the town. Do you really want to be party to that kind of hatred?
Reed tells me Edgewater's gonna die without workers in power.
Well, that sure sounds like Mr. Thompson. If he was standing here, I imagine he'd remind us of how we're all one big... In Mr. Thompson's eyes, those deserters are still part of the Spacer's Choice family. I hate to say it, but I think Mr. Thompson's got a point. Unless those deserters come back, Edgewater's as good as dead. Cutting off their power might be the only way. Sorry, I didn't mean to...
I like hearing from you.
Really? I mean...
Now, I'm just going to run around the plant a bit more, because I was turning on those pipes, and I don't really know what they were doing, but I think there's a compromise. Okay. Alright, so all those are flicked on. Doesn't really say where it leads. Might as well. I have the lockpicks. Huh. Safety failures detected. High likelihood of moderate to severe structural damage. Redirecting power is an irreversible procedure. I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
Can I... Like, I don't know what decision to make here. So I'm going to come back to this in a minute. In the meantime, I'm going to finish this one side quest. Can't fast travel while near hostiles. What hostiles? Aren't you supposed to be on the spit? No. I'm rerouting power. I'm making a decision on who to kill.
When I was little, we'd get freight.
Bring it. Bang up work, soldier. You're a credit to your uniform. Oh. So this is... I would reward you with the gratitude of the Resistance, but...
Alright, cool. What did he give me? Shock stick. Way better than a normal stun baton. I'll take your word for it. Okay. You've learned there are power regulators in both Edgewater Cannery and a botanical lab somewhere else in the region, but neither can be removed unless power is routed away from them. Yeah, he's waiting for me to get to the spaceship. It's fine. I want to see if I can talk to Dobson.
If you're falling sick, I don't want you near me.
I'd rather not murder anybody if I can help it. I do agree with Parvati, though, that it would probably be better if the town had the power, because the town has the security to protect people. But it seems pretty set in their ways that, oh, okay. Yeah, that just confirms that whatever Saltuna is supposed to be, it's not fish. Okay. I went the very wrong way. There we go.
My offer remains.
Wanted to talk to you about something.
Go ahead.
What makes you think I can convince those deserters to come back?
That you are not one of us may work to your advantage. Adelaide and her folk loathe. I admit the fault was mine. I'm about as diplomatic as a bristling canid. I just hope Adelaide and her folk will see their way past my flaws.
Sometimes people move on. It's the way of things.
Scripture tells us we all have our purpose in the world. Our work shows us that purpose. Yes, we have lost good workers to desertion. We have lost even more to plague. But it is why we must square our shoulders. Go.
Have you taken a look around your town lately?
It is my job to keep 2 eyes on my town. I am the steward of this place, and this is my watch post.
How long have you worked here?
I'm trying to remember, 25 years, 26. When you get to my age, the years just rush by. I remember looking out this window and seeing the Vale spread out from horizon to horizon. We were a sprawling town. Times change, people change, but...
Okay. So you have nothing interesting to say.
Got my sights on.
Heard you've been taking down marauders.
Okay. I don't think Adelaide will have any new dialogue. Oof. Well, let's see.
Keep your wits about you, friend.
Where is she?
If you're hungry, Stefan's got supplies.
Huh. Well, she's not around to talk to.
Keep your wits about you.
If you're hungry, Stefan's got supplies.
So you know what? I'm gonna head back to the power plant. I think that the deserters returning home is the best course of action, and I do agree with Parvati. I don't see how she could be wrong. Look at her. Look at her. How could she be wrong? So if anything bad happens, it's her fault. Right. Here we go. Redirect power to Edgewater. Blatant disregard for Spacer's Choice property has been logged. Please report yourself to your designated supervisor for an immediate reprimand. Well,
I think you did the rightest thing you could sending the power back to Edgewater. A lot of people would have suffered otherwise.
Deserter's reputation decreased. Where's my reputation? Character, reputation. Still pretty neutral. Just sort of negative. I can make this up to them. I'll go kill Reed. Either way, power had to be cut to one of them for me to get a power regulator. The game starts with hard decisions. Can't fast travel the enemies nearby. Fast travel this. Shut up. Don't tell me what I can and can't do. I made a bad decision. I made a bad decision.
That's the thing about growing old. Your eyes start to fail. Elsewise, I would have seen you for the snake that you are. This is all you're doing. Cutting off my power, killing off my... I want to ask you this in private, away from the eyes of my flock, so they do not see me lose.
Reed needs his people back.
You want my flock wasting their lives in that cannery? Fine. Go talk to Grace and Thomas. Look them in the eye and tell them their life here is over, and the only thing left to do is... And you tell Reed Thompson that I will never return to Edgewater.
I'm willing to deal with Reed for you.
You offering to cross Reed off, huh? This some sort of twisted reparation for what you've done? Or you just looking for a chance to sow some chaos? Kill Reed if you must, or talk him into leaving if you can. He and I are not sharing the same four walls together.
All this anger had to come from somewhere.
My son worked in that cannery. When the plague started coming, he was one of the first to fall sick. We had a store of medicine locked away, but Reed refused to treat him. Said my boy didn't deserve treatment. So I buried my boy in the cemetery, gathered my belongings, and left. Tell Reed that I can make his people healthy again. I can end their plague. Start a new garden right in the cannery. 3 square... Tell him how I've made the Vale bloom again. The soil has whispered its secrets to me, and I alone know how to breathe life back in. The secret is human corpses.
Oh, that's... Oh.
I've been grinding them up in my fertilizer for years. Marauder, worker, don't matter much to me.
Oh! Think that'll convince him to step down?
I have got a means to cure the plague. And
alright.
Everybody keeps staring at me. Whoa.
Are you, are things safe out here?
Great, just great. I've been trying to keep stuff running, just like you.
Oh gosh, no, I'm just along with this fella here.
Aw.
I seen you wandering around here.
Just passing through.
Sorry, I just wasn't sure if you were from town or if you were one of us. Something's been chewing at. Fact is, I've been, well, lying. To everybody here. Camp thinks I'm a mechanical genius, but I couldn't fix a busted chair.
Never too late to start learning. I'll give you a couple pointers.
I'll take all the help I can get. I set my mind to learning the craft of the engineer, you see. I want to make something of myself. You ever heard of the Young Spacer's Guide to Mechanical
Oh, I happen to have all
Engineering?
of them.
Comes in a set of 3. If I had my hands on one of those data pads...
Those are good. My dad kept a copy with him when he was working in the cannery.
I know the old community center kept a copy.
Today's your lucky day, Thomas. I got one of those data pads you wanted.
No kidding. The geothermal plant? Now that is just incredible. In fact, I put... Well, don't keep...
Part 1.
Look at that. Building a computing machine out of Spectrum potatoes, a primer, 2 whole data pads. Well,
and here's part 2.
Ain't that just ironical? If I'd worked a little longer back at the cannery, I might have... That's a complete set. All 3 parts. I'm gonna be... aside from you, Ms. Parvati.
Aw.
I'm glad we could help, Thomas.
I've been saving something for you.
You won't survive without the power. It's time to go back to Edgewater.
I've been thinking about going back. I get sick thinking about working at the cannery.
So don't just work at the cannery. You wanted to be an engineer.
You know something? I think you're right. The town could use another engineer, and I'm on my way to becoming one. I could do a lot of good in Edgewater. Maybe even keep a garage of my own with a little workbench, and it's just... Adelaide's never gonna forgive me.
Stay put. I'm gonna try to talk Reed into stepping down.
You know where to find me.
Marauders can't see us in the dark.
The matter's been... Fact is, I can't go anywhere long as Zoe's missing.
You can always go looking for her.
I go looking for Zoe, I leave the camp.
Upbeat, a little strange. Love Rizzo's. Yeah, I met Zoe. She was in a Marauder camp.
Thank the Eternal. Wait.
She's fine. They were getting along.
Getting along? What? You could bring her home, I'd be obliged. And if you could cross off some Marauders on the way...
I'll leave you be. Why is the face design of some of these NPCs look that horrific? I don't know. People look that way. I don't think they look that horrific. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, let's go talk to Reed. I convince him to step down. We can get everyone happy.
This is a fine day, friend. I trust Adelaide's people have seen their way to reason.
Spoke to Adelaide. She won't come back as long as you're here.
Then we are at an impasse. Stewardship over this town has been entrusted to me by Spacer's Choice. I am not perfect. I have made my share of mistakes. But
people look like that. I don't know what to tell you.
This town.
Change of leadership might be what the town needs.
I am a Spacer's Choice man. My father was a Spacer's Choice man. Edgewater may not look like much to some buttoned-up freelancer, but it is...
Adelaide's people aren't getting sick with the plague.
I don't believe you. Plague's a reality of life.
This town doesn't eat anything but saltuna. Of course you're getting sick.
You are disparaging our parent company, and it is not appreciated. We are a Spacer's Choice Saltuna cannery. We eat saltuna here, and only saltuna.
That's it? Just saltuna every single day?
The saltuna's been a mite bland ever since Adelaide left. And we don't get as much saltuna these days, so we've had to improvise to meet quotas. We've added wood chips, some mushrooms, bit of sand, tossed some canid bits in our processor once. It all tastes like saltuna in the end.
That can't be healthy.
Health is a state of mind, friend. Afflictions in one's body are reflections of afflictions in one's work ethic and attitude. Now listen, I do not know what pretty rhetoric Adelaide has fed you.
Adelaide's found a way to grow food. She'll come back if you step down.
You'll excuse me for being skeptical. How exactly is Adelaide growing crops in barren soil?
Look, Reed, all I know is that involves some really complicated math, and it works.
If Adelaide's found a way to feed her people and cure the plague, then she deserves this office more than I do. I won't stand in her way. My life here is ended. Give me a little time to settle my affairs. I'm sure Adelaide...
What are your plans?
A couple months ago, I might have put in for a transfer. It's a big colony. Spacer's Choice has other towns.
Why not?
No such thing as an honorable resignation. Suppose I could find a place outside the walls.
Won't last a day outside the walls, you know.
I don't know. I could...
Alright, take care. No sympathy for this man. Get that to 30. Cool. Man, that was easy. I just had to lie about the corpses. I'm sorry, what was that? Don't worry about it. Alright, anyway. Region. Not the botanical lab. That place. Let's just fast travel to the community center. We can walk across the field like we did last time. Get right there. Yeah, there she is. Yeah, I knew she would come in handy eventually. I want to punch this Reed guy. Yeah. You know, truth be told, we probably could have kept both parts of the city running if we were willing to repair the geothermal plant, but, you know.
I don't know anybody who ever came out this far.
I mean, people must have, because there's houses here.
What I wouldn't do for...
Been sent to find you.
Why? Adelaide wants me back on garden duty or something?
Can't imagine you're happy out here. Food's awful, company's worse, no serial dramas.
And no serial dramas. I've been thinking about going back. I gotta know Lord Cavendish really is the last market here. I'll take my stuff and head on back, I suppose. Grace is gonna be glaring knives at...
Cool. So now she's heading back. Slices, dices, and cauterizes. That's efficiency for you.
I'm not in the lightest...
Talk Zoe into coming back.
We didn't always get along, but I'm...
She went up with a band of marauders. They didn't hurt her.
Zoe joined up with a band of marauders. Zoe, you pretty much did my job for me. Least I could do. Let me know if I could...
Look at that.
Talk to Reed into leaving.
I never thought I'd see the day that Reed Thompson... Suppose it's time our flock made our way back to Edgewater. We must tend to what remains of the town. You're vexing to me, you know? Injuring us with one hand, helping us with the other. Here, I'm giving you something to leave us be. It's a ransom, you understand, not a reward.
Edgewater's better off with you running the place.
You telling me you did all this just to put me in charge of Edgewater? Stranger, you are some kind of twisted. I might turn that old cannery into a garden. Got ourselves a whole cemetery burst. I need some time to gather my personals. Long walk back to Edgewater.
Take care. Adelaide tells me she's moving back to Edgewater.
Adelaide said that? Was she sober at the time? I never imagined. Something must have changed in Edgewater.
Never like...
Zoe's...
Alright. So, we fixed the problem, I guess. We got everyone back together. I got my power core.
You're not a big...
Oh, I almost forgot. I'm contractually... Plague got you...
Wow.
That was a good thing you did, Captain. Helping to bring the deserters and Edgewater folks back together. I hope you rest well.
I don't have enough perception to ask her.
In the bar?
She sounded worried.
Sorry.
I don't make a habit of imbibing.
It's not like I think it a failing, mind. It's just I live right across the road. Most nights I watch. When they come in here, they might be happy or sad. When they leave, they're mad at themselves. Or they stumble into the alley and I listen to their hearts breaking.
Are you safe living across from a place like this?
There's been scary nights. But Constable Reyes is right up the road. She keeps an orderly town.
Let's get back to it. And by get back to it, I mean teleport to my... teleport to my ship. I can get it running. Ain't it a beaut?
Is this your ship? Oh my stars, she is just so handsome. Does she have a name yet? What's her drive model? Oh, gosh. Listen to me babbling. When I was in Edgewater, I dreamed of flying
The
on a
autism
real
kicked
ship,
in. I love it.
working on a real engine. I'm the only decent mechanic Edgewater's got, but every time I think of going...
I can understand not wanting to go back. You didn't seem happy in Edgewater.
Well, it's kind of you to say that. And you're right. I wasn't happy. I want to ask you something, and you can say no. And if you ever need a pair of eyes watching your back...
I'll be glad to have you along. Pick a cabin, it's yours.
Yes! I mean, thanks. Captain. I can call you Captain now. Ha! I got a captain.
Oh, it's cute. Right, let's install that power regulator.
Well,
hi.
I certainly am looking forward to flying on a ship named the Unreliable. I'll just head upstairs and claim a room. By Verity, but what are we contemplating?
Any ideas where we can find someone who speaks French in this colony?
I've been thinking on that. There's a former infamous philosopher scholar who fled Terra 2 some years ago. He's an expert on Bakonu. He's also who told me of the journal's presence in Emerald Vale. If anyone in this colony could translate that book...
Sounds like a good lead, but how do we find him?
That's a good question. We should start on the Groundbreaker. It's where I'd go if I wanted to get off Terra 2. Great place to pick up a ride to Hephaestus, Scylla, even Monarch. All I need is access to a data cartridge from the security terminal. Their easily hackable system keeps a registry of all crew manifests for both arrivals and departures.
How's a crew manifest help us track down your scholar?
I'll comb the last 6 months of departure manifest.
Sounds good. Let's go.
Thank you.
Something you need?
Up the ladder. And into here.
Captain.
After repeatedly falling from great heights, you no longer function well when the ground is far beneath you. Yeah. I'll take that. For the addition of faster walk speed.
I have detected that Edgewater's power supply is now optimal.
I applaud your willingness to invest your time in the local community. What can I do for you?
I've installed the power regulator.
All systems are operating within acceptable parameters. I am prepared to bring the Unreliable into low-altitude orbit. This
Hold on, I need to take care of something. Ah. No, we're good.
Welcome back. All systems.
Let's get out of here. Oh, this cutscene is not playing nicely with OBS. There we go. Against all odds, the Unreliable takes flight.
We have received a communication request from Dr. Phineas Wells.
Good. I'm waiting to hear from him.
Aha, there you are. Hale and hearty, and captain of your own ship. I see you're putting the Unreliable to good use. Shame about her former captain. Horrible way to die. How are you feeling, by the way? I lost track of you in that cave back there. Experiencing any, unnatural drippage? Perfectly normal side effect of thawing, I assure you.
I'm feeling a little lightheaded. Also, I can slow down time.
Oh, that, yes, that's probably permanent. I wouldn't worry about it, though. I'm sure you're fine. What you saw in Emerald Vale is happening all across the colony. Food shortages, lack of supplies, and basic necessities. We're dying. The chairman, the minister, and all their lackeys on the board are to blame. The Hope has some of the brightest minds Earth ever sent us. If we can revive the Hope's colonists, they can help us undo the board's mistakes. They can help us set things right. You need to get to Stellar Bay on Monarch. I have contacts there. They'll help me, help us, find the chemicals to revive your fellow colonists. Gladys Culkelly, lovely woman, runs a cozy little black marketing outfit on the Groundbreaker. She can get you a nav key to land on Stellar Bay.
Why do I need a nav key to land on a planet?
Strictly speaking, Monarch is a moon, terraformed badly, and almost completely lawless. You'll love it. Captains don't fly their own ships, you see. Your navigation terminal handles the, navigation. Think of a nav key as a set of flight instructions.
Okay.
The board's been confiscating nav keys for Stellar Bay, so we must rely on unconventional means of acquisition. Hence, Miss Gladys Culkelly.
What's stopping me from just leaving Halcyon altogether?
Without a skip drive, good luck. You'll be dead before you make it to the nearest star. Look, I admire your optimism, but the sad truth is you're stuck here. You, me, and the rest of this colony. We're all skating precariously around the edge of oblivion together. None of us are leaving Halcyon alive, so we may as well make it a better place, and we can start by reviving the Hope.
Fine. I'll go have a word with Gladys.
Excellent. I'll send her a wireless. Let her know you're coming. By the way, I gave Captain Hawthorne a disguise apparatus of my own design, cutting-edge technology, years ahead of its time. I call it the Holographic Shroud. I'm sure it will prove remarkably useful to you. You'll find it in the captain's quarters.
I'll put it to good use. Thanks.
Excellent. I'll contact you once you've found a way to get to Stellar Bay. If you have any questions, come see me in my lab. And remember, don't trust the board. They'll try to win you over with promises of wealth and power, but it's a lie. The board's only interested in filling their own pockets.
Thank you for the hydration
Put a
reminder.
stop to them. They're going to run this colony to the ground.
Transmission ended. If you are ready to depart.
Got it. All right. Let's go for a few bits more. Seems like a useful perk to have. Alright, so that's the navigation computer. I want to go to my captain's quarters. Oh. Adelaide's deserters dreamed of an independent life without board oversight. You taught them an important lesson. Never dream.
At home, Captain.
Holographic Shroud projects a disguise onto you and your companions that gives you access to restricted areas, provided you have the correct ID. Restricted areas are off-limits to unauthorized personnel and otherwise result in being attacked. Don't know who this Bedford fellow is, but... interesting. Weapons from the void.
Just to warn you, we may have a bedbug infestation. I am investigating non-toxic extermination measures. Non-toxic to you, I mean.
I like my little captain's quarters. And guessing by the big Edgewater sign, as I progress through the game, I'll get more little accessories. Aw. Great for a prank. Sam wore this sign for a week before Aiden noticed and pointed out janitorial unit. Who placed it in the unit, however, remains a mystery. I want him. I love him. Aw. Photo of Parvati's father. Petunia the plant. This is not a petunia. First wrench Dadder gave me. I love that Parvati names everything. It's very cute.
Yes, you caught me. What's
Huh. Well, let's... my priest's staying there, and Parvati's staying there. We've got 3 more rooms. 3 more people we could accrue. Cute little ship. Oh, and that's the bathroom. Ow. Hi, Parvati.
Yeah, so this is my hidey spot now. I was looking for a place that was quiet. I figured the kitchen would be louder than the hold, so here I am. Cozy-like, ain't it?
What do you think of the ship?
That's in pretty good shape, considering how hard Mr. Hawthorne ran it. It's a Yakita LHA 120.
Yeah, we're wrapping up in a bit.
Model, I'm pretty sure. The Block 2 design scooshed in extra cargo space, but didn't change the stock engines. Probably a touch underpowered, huh?
Accurate in all particulars. I conclude you are Edgewater's board-certified mechanic.
That's the ship's computer. It's not intelligent, but it does a good job. But it does a good imitation.
So you're gonna call her it, not she?
Though my voice is currently pitched to suggest female, I possess no gender. Any pronoun preferred by the user is acceptable.
Trans rights.
Hello. I am not a board-certified mechanic, but my dad was. He taught me all he knew. Do you understand?
Speech recognition is one of the many skills I have been programmed to simulate.
You're not simulating it, you're doing it! I asked a question and you answered it.
I am gratified you consider this facsimile convincing.
Me in any social situation. Parvati will be fixing you from now on. I expect your full cooperation.
I am at your disposal, Ms. Parvati. You will find the technical schematics in the engineer's locker, though I'm afraid Captain Hawthorne has lost the owner's manual.
I don't see any holes in the hull. I'll take a good squint at her, make sure everything's tip-top. But I think we're cooking with plasma torches. You can do that, you know. My dad taught me how to make grilled cheese sandwiches with a plasma torch.
Break time's over. Right. Oh, I need lockpicks to open that. But I think I'm going to use this locker for now to store clothes. And I'm going to go upstairs and use the big chest in the captain's quarters to store weapons. I did this in Skyrim, I'm going to do it here. Fuck. Did I just break down my pistol? Whatever. Vicar's got a sawed-off shotgun and a stick. Globally increase my hack skill. I will take that. Right. So we wrap up for today. Our next journey will have us landing at, what was it, Groundwater? Groundbreaker. Love this space map. We'll set off when we can. But we're going to save and do all that flying next week. So tune in every Wednesday for the new episodes of Wild Outer Worlds, which I named it that because there also happens to be a video game called The Outer Wilds, which is very different. Tomorrow, there's going to be a slightly earlier stream, around like 12 or 1, with the release of Hitman 3 Freelancer, which is a full roguelike mode, and I'm excited to dive into that when it releases, especially since I get to see Agent 47's house. In the Friday, we're going to be doing some Divine Knockout, and Saturday is going to be hopefully we get everyone together for it, is going to be Castle Crashers. Also Thursday night, I'm going to be live on Gwen Mioti's channel doing some tabletop, doing some Shadowrun. Now, I'm going to send some love to Lily, the Trans Queen of Salt, because she is playing Fallout New Vegas. No. We're doing the new mode that they added. But yeah, go say hi to Lily for me. I'm going to just collapse. Thank you for spending the day, for spending the evening. Have a good night, or else. Ta-ta, and goodbye. Woo-woo.